You know, it's funny. Where I used to live, there was a place called The Waffle House, completely unrelated to Waffle House. It was okay. It was okay. It wasn't great. Thanks, butts. That's something somebody said in my chat just now. Definitely. Found a goblin impulse generator in the Dwarf Fortress wiki. Goblin impulse generator. Can you? Is it using? Wait, goblin impulse generator? I know what an impulse ramp is. Cages are in fact submersible. Yeah. Yeah, but sure. But what? Just link it. I want to see what you're talking about. Cajun Bard, thanks for the 56th month with Prime. Thanks for keeping that Prime sub alive and helping keep the channel funded. You were very disappointed when your goblin in terrarium was not filled with water. You know, I've never made terrariums in the new versions. Probably a better submarine than the one the billionaires used by the Titanic. Diamond. Coex Dub, hello. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Cajun keeping that sub alive for 56 months? It's almost a hype train. Needs a dollar in bits or a resub or a Prime sub. Or a new sub or a gifted sub. Redacted, yes. Reacted. Just realized I forgot. I need to check the cable on my record player because it's spewing out some ambient noise, and I'm not a fan of that. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you greatly. Orc with Bow, thanks for the $1. That is now a hype train, level 2. Yeah, no, they do look awesome. Absolutely. In regards to the terrariums. Like, they look cool. I've seen other people make them. I've never really had a reason to make them. Actually, you know, I should probably make terrariums in the current fort because we're doing so much with cages. Noted. I should do that. You can't contribute until tomorrow. Don't worry about it, mate. We'll be here tomorrow. Trust me. I'll be here when you're ready. Ira Stupid, thanks for the $3. Thanks for all the random dollars you've thrown in today. Appreciate you, man. All right. Well, who's ready to return to Z Fort? I hope somebody is. The plan for today is, I mean, how long have I been streaming now? What, 20-something minutes? Fred Lee, thank you very much for the additional 5-pack. That's 15 now. Thank you so much. Seriously. Appreciate you. Moving's expensive, so thank you. A hippie train. All the right letters, but not enough of them. So anyway, the plan for today is, I don't know, give or take 4 or 5 hours of Dwarfs. And then Foundation. Because Foundation hit 1.0, and I played the original early access release, and then I want to say I played their economy rebuild? And like first UI overhaul, I played it like twice since its early access release. But largely I played the early access release. Hey chat, Fredley's gifting all of these subs. That's another 5-pack. Thank you very much for leveling up the train again. And they themselves are not subscribed. I'm just saying, if anybody's looking for a single one-off target. It does, Frosty. Yeah, no, so like I have about 25 hours in Foundation, so we're gonna play some of that this evening. So that's the plan for today. Just because I've been I have no idea Ice Blue, and I'm scared to guess, to be honest with you. Napalm, thanks very much for gifting a subscription to Fredley. Buttsworth is very good at dodging. Just twerking around all these subs. I have a great voice. Thank you. Sometimes I wake up and it just sounds like phlegm, so I'm glad it's working today. Mrs. Hippie. Wouldn't it be Mrs. Hippie instead of Mississippi? Because that would be more like an alcoholic's wife. Mississippi? So it would be Mrs. Hippie, right? Anyway. 1,000-something hours in Foundation. 25. Actually, I think it might be 21. 20-something. And I just redid the tutorial. I was like, well, this is really easy. Why did I even bother? I'm gonna boo this man. Here, I'll boo myself. Wow, I need to make that louder. Dear bot, why are you so bloody quiet? Hold on, let me just configure my sound options real quick. Let me try this. Well, I don't have an easy way of making it louder, so I'll have to mess with that off stream, but... Rolf, thanks for gifting a subscription to Buttsworth. So we're returning to Clobbertomb. Who here needs an overview? And Ethan, thank you very much for the $5. Is the webcam too small? It's exactly the size I set it to be. Which, yes, I'm aware it's not leaving the square, but that is kind of intended. It was a neat effect the other day, but I'm trying to, like, you know, keep it consistent, so. It's clobbering time. So the kind of, like, idea of this fortress is you don't get... Okay, one, you don't get a bedroom unless you've made an artifact, which, by the way, I realize, having had to do some more recording of older versions of the game recently, that it used to be way fucking easier to just make dormitories. Now they get this upset thought pretty consistently that they're upset that they slept in an undedicated bedroom regardless of the value of it. Whereas in older versions of the game, you just encrust all the beds with gems and like put a couple statues in there, and they'll just be like, blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace, regardless of if they own it or not. And I think that's really interesting. So bedrooms are more specific now. But anyway, I'd kind of forgotten how easy it used to be to just use dormitories. Chat, if you guys want to keep that hype train going, it needs 6 subscriptions or $26 in bits. Regardless, thank you so much for everything that you've done so far. But this fortress, so unless they've made an artifact, they don't get a proper bedroom, so they'll just be sleeping in a dormitory. The second thing is we're primarily building above ground because we're on a heavy aquifer. I'll get through it eventually, but right now we're primarily just building above ground. The third thing is I'm not allowed to make melee squads unless I'm requesting tribute from another faction or making a demand or trying to, you know, broker peace of some sort or convince somebody to come trade with me. Outside of that, I can't make squads. So I'm not allowed to train anybody in squads, and I'm not allowed to send out squads to do anything. So the way I am going to defend this fortress is with zombies. Now, not necromancy zombies. We are on an ocean, which is frozen most of the year. Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the $1. Whoa! Bradley, the idea here is you don't wait till the last second, because you'll almost always miss it. Thank you very much for the 10-pack, though. You've done a crazy amount today. And Jasper, thank you very much for the 6 months. Appreciate you all greatly. Instead of trying to defend with a normal army, as I would normally, we are instead... I mean, I've said this for ages. Don't ever wait until the last second to try and keep a hype train going, or it'll just go... But thank you for the attempt all the same. Anyway, and also just thank you for the hype train with 17 subscriptions and 500 bits. Plus the additional 10 at the end there, so we'll actually say 27 subscriptions. All right. So the ocean is frozen most of the year, and the ocean spawns these murky clouds. Anything that's touched by these murky clouds is driven completely insane and basically becomes a zombie from 28 weeks later. Or 28 days later. And so they run around really fast. They maintain their sentience. I don't think they're technically alive. I'm pretty sure they're technically undead, but they keep the same dwarf sprites, so they're hard to spot. But they still train skills. They're removed from my faction, so it doesn't matter how happy or upset they are, because they're no longer a member of the civilization. But there's a weird wrinkle. You don't actually need to memorialize them. So if a normal dwarf becomes a zombie or an intelligent undead, if you memorialize an intelligent undead, which you get the option to, it kills them, if I remember correctly. If a dwarf becomes a dumb zombie, you have to memorialize them because they're, quote, gone. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Alan. And you don't need to memorialize these zombies until they're dead. You don't even have the option to. So they're not considered dead by the dwarves, which is weird. This is the same kind of thing that happened in Godly Tombs, the worst biome in Dwarf Fort. So let me get rid of the DF hack overlay, which is taking longer to do. It's like there's more DF hack overlay now. All right, so let me just find our zombie of choice down here. Right here, this sucker. This is Buttsworth. Buttsworth is is an execrable merc husk. In fact, I might remove the weaponsmith part of his name at some point, but he's a merc husk. Now, because he's a merc husk, he is still training, as you can see right here, and he is keeping his memories. He is injured. I can't heal him, and he will just attack any sentient being that looks at him funny. Will they pick up gear? Yes. They will also wrestle for an enemy's gear. I've seen them attack traders and rip gear out of their hands. Currently, he's a very trained miscellaneous object user because he's got a hood equipped. I don't know why, but he does. There's a sword underneath him, which he could equip, but instead he has a hood equipped. So when I drop animals in there, he just whips them repeatedly with the hood until they die. Because I've been dropping livestock into here, which is why there's just piles of corpses everywhere. Above here is this little like grate, and the way this works is they go up these stairs, they go around here. The dwarf pushes this button. They then, using either a garbage dump zone or beneath it the pit pond zone, they throw an item down into here, and then this grate opens up because this pressure plate trips it, and then they fall through, and then he murders whatever fell in there. So that is what's happening there. This is my slow process of getting through the heavy aquifer, which is going to take a while. And over here we have this lovely little garden. It's a lovely little garden. It's a lovely little garden. Now, as you can see, we have a trillion turkeys. These turkeys are all going to be mostly either used for food or to train Buttsworth. We're going to end up at war with elves, most likely. We're also, I think, already at war with goblins. I can check. Yeah, so currently we are allied with this elven civ. Wonder how long that'll last. We have no agreements with these humans, but they're trading with us. The Low Nightmare, which is a goblin organization that apparently we're at peace with, but that's not going to last. And we're also allied with these humans. And we are trading with the Tower of Clobbering, which is our home faction. We are the Bright Fortress of Life. That's the name of my local group. And Clobbertomb, my fortress, is a very lovely little place, I think. Yeah. So as far as the garden goes, we are above ground farming. So we're growing fisher berries, potato plants, longland grass, as well as rope reeds. And it appears that there is a bayberry nest box that got flipped over there. I'm not sure why. Let me fix that. But it's gonna take me a minute to like get reacquainted with what we're up to in this fortress. Why are you over here? Oh, I see. 'Cause you're getting moved currently. That's why I can't move you. Gotta forbid you and unforbid you. You like the garden pit? I think it looks quite nice. Above it is a little seed room. It's kind of exposed, but I think it looks nice. And then over here we have this lovely tower. The bottom layer is food down beneath it. So we've got kitchens and storage down here, as well as some crafting. And around the edges over here, we have some access to the ocean. Should start encrusting stuff with gems, but I don't really have much. And then this kind of goes up to here. And we have, the space that's slowly filling up with turkeys. Up here we have our kind of the breed of helping, which is I think anything goes temple. Yeah, the no particular deity temple. We also have some clothing crafting around that. Up here we have the Pink Chapel, which is the doctrine of bronze, which is the deity of wealth. And Star Schultz is our clobbersmith, who I named because he made an artifact. Over here we have another temple, the Ashen Temple, as well as the Cathedral of Wealth. 2 additional ones. This is the same god, but a different religion. Let's just double check. Yeah, okay. So your goats running that one, and your potpourri running that one. This is the god of death. This is going to be a balcony when I'm done making it. Up here we have our dormitory, which nobody really likes, but they deal with it. And then over here we have the Lavender Owl, which is a guild hall for a woodworkers guild. Then one higher up here, we have our library, the Great Library. I don't know if it's actually that great. And then we got the Blockaded Paddle, which is our Craftsdwarf's Guild. And then up here we have the Fin of Fears, the Farmer Guild. I probably should rename that. And then an empty space that is not finished yet. And also this guild is not finished yet. Then up here we have empty floor, and it's just continuing to go up. It is appropriate, but I don't know if it's appropriate for that particular guild, private parking. So, unless I'm crazy, redeeming a dwarf should be available. So let's read through the named dwarves in the fort. Iron Zach, your name is too long. Anthrophobia, who's my mayor, also known, was named by Ani Dude. We've also got Ice Blue, Insulina Sama, and we have Havoc. We got Goats. We got Potpourri. Stillentis just redeemed a dwarf. Give me a second. We got Greg and then some. We got Midnight X, Wicta, a Devilish Potato, and I think that's everybody. And also Napalm and Star Schultz. Let me just scroll down through this and just make sure nobody redeemed anything earlier today that I missed. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. All right, sweet. Still alive yet, not dead yet. I mean, not the happiest, but I mean, you are a talented siege operator. Of course, you're still never feeling tempted to overindulge in anything and troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. Naturally. I think you've had a few dwarves that have lasted quite a while. I don't think you're you're certainly not sudden death cursed. I mean, there was this one guy, in response to Havoc saying that their dwarf didn't die right away. There was this one guy who had a dwarf once who, okay, I need to make this last longer than 30 minutes. There was this one guy who got a dwarf way back at the beginning of Dwarf Fortress existing on Steam and literally died within 30 seconds. Just got murked by a waterfall. Just fell down the waterfall and drowned. I think also froze into a block of ice. So Stillentis, any preferences? You'll take the most upset dwarf. Okay. Who's named? It's actually Ice Blue. Sorry, Ice Blue. So you can have the Armorer, or if you would like somebody who's more likely to die sooner, you could take Ral. What works for you? No, that wasn't you, UGDPY. It was somebody who I haven't seen since. It may have also happened to you. I'm pretty sure it was in Road Torch, I think was the name of that. fortress. And we'll take the armorer. So first off, I just want to find out, why are you so upset? You got into an argument? Oh, I see. You were forced to endure the decay of a pet. So, your pet was definitely one of the ones that got fed to the zombie. We fed your pet to Buttsworth, and you're upset about this. I mean, okay. Fair. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, is bashful and does not often feel lustful, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and tends to not reveal personal information. She has a sense of duty and could be considered rude. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and tends to be passive in discussions. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and does not go out of her way to help others. She has a tendency she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical application. And she is slow to trust others. She doesn't handle stress well, and she enjoys the company of others. She does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and can occasionally overindulge. She often acts with compassion and is conflicted by this as she sees these tendencies as an impotent on the quest for power. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and whispers when she's nervous. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and she scratches her ear whenever she's bored. She laughs loudly when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And she is a hardened individual. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and has great respect for fairness. She likes pig iron, gold, opal, and stars, and earrings, and alpacas for their resemblance to a miniature llama, and cuttlefish men for their distinctive pupils. The sound of the laces of silk impossible prefers to consume giant elk pomegranate wine and absolutely hates oysters. You know, I gotta say, elk are really loud. Imagine how loud a giant elk would be. You're a member of the god of death, that's religion. You worship the god of death, presumably. The Order of Dust. I see. You had a pet peacock. You have a child. You should try to stay sane for your child. You do think UGDPY was the ghost that killed you in Ghost Candy? I mean, my favorite part about Ghost Candy was just Faint Speaker showing up in the comment section being like, I'm haunting you. Shoutouts to Faint Speaker. I mean, it wasn't a dog. 3 of your dwarves died in paddle boats. Oh yeah, I remember that, yeah. Migrants should notice the no pets allowed sign. No, pets welcome, but they won't live very long. Hey, you know, Ghost Candy was the only, like, fort I've done in the past year where your dwarf dies and the fun is only just beginning. So I need to clear this so that I can go check where the next situation is. We're in a brief ad break. When the ads are done, we will then move on. So this is a new world in comparison to previous forts that we've done. You currently can't see it because it is right next to Kingdom Dawn, so it doesn't actually show up on the world map. So it's just invisible. Actually, now is actually not a bad time for a quick save. Just because we're in an ad break. Oh, guess I can't quick save on that screen. You knew it was inevitable in that fort? Yeah. Yeah, like there was people who wanted to be named after ghosts specifically in that fort. There's part of me that doesn't want to do that gimmick again because we just did it, but like I think we should do that again for October because it's a good October theme, you know? Like just find a fucked up biome and then just don't memorialize anybody and see how long you can balance the chaos until you just kind of give up. Should hop to the store? Well, then why did you walk to the store? It's less work. Yeah. I'm yawning. Buying food? Enjoy your buying of foods. That's the best kind of shopping. That is a lot of turkeys. Okay. I'm also going to, I think, expand this. I realize that there's ice here, but the ice by the fortress doesn't actually melt, so it's not really an issue. So we are all burrowed in this burrow right here. The burrow pretty heavily restricts movement and doesn't allow us out over the ocean because it's dangerous. This is an albatross that doesn't like moving. Also is apparently in conflict. What are you in conflict with? Oh. So some of you may remember this goblin. This goblin was a, how do I put this? A willing or unwilling volunteer for the army of the execrable Merc. Because this goblin attempted to kidnap one of my dwarves. I think. No. They're a were creature. They weren't an attempted kidnapper. Yeah, this was a were creature, wasn't it? Yeah, this was definitely a were creature. So we're about to hit the full moon. So now we get to find out if you become a were creature whilst also a merc husk. We wait. Well, that's horrifying. So now we have to do some more science. The more science is, do merc husks kill each other? That's the more science we need to do. Because if they don't, that kind of blows. If they do, that's a superpower. Or if they don't kill each other, so rather, if they don't stay neutral with each other, that's bad. If they kill each other, or decide to not kill each other, rather, that could be potentially very good. Because we want them to not kill each other. We want them to be friends. Because then we can have a monstrous army. The werehusk. Okay, so I doubt that they would. Oh. Huh. Bye. Okay, then. Anyway, we're getting a migrant wave. So that's kind of terrifying. How? So when were creatures attack, after their initial attack, they'll just leave the map. That's all that they want to do is leave the map. So that's not abnormal. It just leaving the map. But now, he's off to infect the world. Yeah. I presume so. Or for him to find you. Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, welcome to the fortress, newbies. Hey, look, it's a cow. I can throw you into the zombie box. Well, Can they return? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely where creatures can return. Okay. Do not adventure in this world? Why not? Like, I don't see any reason to not to not adventure in this world. Like that seems like maximum entertainment to me. Maybe if you're a scaredy kitty, then certainly don't adventure in this world, but I ain't no scaredy cat. But I do, in fact, have some animals I need to huck into down here. Can I track where the weasel goes? Nope, not unless I'm in adventure mode. Then I could check. But if I were to go into adventure mode, he'd probably already be gone. Why is there a pickaxe down in there? Well, geez. So this is what's happening. He lands, and you are just going to start whacking it. So far, he's... yeah, he's still... Okay, now he's smacking it with a glove. He's literally beating them to death with his clothing. He's got a glove in one hand and a hood in the other. That is truly hysterical. There's like multiple things he could use as a weapon down in here, and he's just refusing to. I also need a metalsmith guild. Cornelius, thank you very much for the 24th month. Seen a comment that had where capybaras hunt him down, but it took 10 years. It took 10 years to find him? Wait, did it take 10 years for him to find the capybaras? Or am I misunderstanding something here? So why would it take 10 years for him to find the capybaras? I'm just going to go to labor here. And I think I'm going to limit labor to selected. And then doop, 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 doop. And check, can I get a round of beers for the 24 months from Cornelius? Thank you much, man. All right, well, let's finish up that Craftsdwarf's Guild, because that's what I got to work on right now. These are all getting constructed. Actually, I'm going to go... Where are you? I've probably just got no gems on the map. I could polish stones, but I also don't have that many stones. Don't have many boulders. I mean... Nope, because you missed it. You gotta be quick on the ball with claiming the dwarfs. If you're not quick on the ball, then no dwarfs for you, unfortunately. Maybe at a later time. Let's actually just jump over to my kitchen menu real quick, because I'm seeing a lot of seeds I gotta be cooking that I'm not. Is there anything you can do with peach pits? Could one polish ice? It's not a rock, so no. Also, it would melt but before it got down in here, so I'd need to move it above ground, but it's not considered a rock. Trying to picture, like, IRL or in-game, because doing that's almost as long as your civil book. I mean, 10 years in-game, like, for reference, that adventure that I did recently, that took me, what, 7 streams or something of, like, 8 hours? It was, like, 6 or 7 streams. Lasted about 2 months in-game. I think it was, like, 2.5 months. Like, it was 1 season-ish. We went from early spring to summer. Or no, late winter to early summer. So, what, 4 months? So if someone were to spend 10 years in-game, in adventure mode, that would legitimately take over 1,000 hours. It's like a D&D session. It's like a D&D campaign. And this is one of those, like, Dwarf Fortress stories where, like, I believe it absolutely is true. Vadrigar. Like, I absolutely believe that this story happened. I don't think it's... I almost never actually believe the time scale that people claim. With Dwarf Fortress tales like this, it's like, oh yeah, no, totally, you were getting hunted by a were creature, because, like, that can happen. But, like, I have a trouble believing that it's at that time scale. Like, the 10 years to me just sounds like a massive exaggeration. Just like real dwarf tales. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of the stories, right? If there isn't some bullshittery going on, is it truly a Dwarf Fortress story? You know, I'll bet you this tower smells wonderful. A cloud of murk drifted nearby. Where, this one? Pretty far away. Where did I typo in the thumbnail? What? Hold on. It's supposed to say Haunted Ocean. You are correct. I did, in fact, typo the thumbnail. Let me fix that. In my defense, I made that at 11:30 at night last night. I really wish that YouTube would just be intelligent with thumbnails and not require me to make thumbnails, but we don't live in a YouTube world that lets you make thumbnails, or that lets you not make thumbnails. Let's sigh. YouTube folks, let me know if it's updated in like 3, 2, 1. All right. Evil Frog Zombie Army? I'll be honest with you, Evil Frog Zombie Army sounds way cooler than Evil Fog Zombie. It's just like zombies, but they're all French. Is all that would be, right? Yeah, nobody's perfect, Gus. Nobody's perfect. So the ideas for the towers, one really big one. I'm gonna build more. Why not? I mean, when I run out of space in this one, we'll start another one. I'm building a little castle, fortress thingy. Did you miss something? So if they ask you to make a temple, looking for my temple, this is the Ashen Chapel. You need assuming you have everything on default settings, you need to get to at least 2,000 value. When you hit the right value, there will be a pop-up here that says appoint person of importance. Like here, I'll just get, hopefully that didn't just brick that. Okay, it doesn't pop up the green button again, but you'll see a green button there that says appoint a holy figure, and then you select your holy figure from the list of people who are eligible, which will be people who worship that religion. And then where did Potpourri go? There you are. And then I select the dwarf who I feel is eligible for that task, and then they take the job. And then they get yelled at by unhappy citizens. But until you've completed that, it's not a completed temple. Careful I don't delve too high in the sky. Well, I've gotten to layer 15. I've gone up to layer 13. Because I kind of want to put a roof on it. That's Necromancer Tower time? Nah, I'm not going to do Necromancers. This is much more interesting than Necromancers. Tower of Babel? Sure. Although, wouldn't the Tower of Babel just be like Kobold Society? Like, nobody can understand each other speak? Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier today, Mikwi. Are you on an ocean biome? Yes. The ocean is haunted. It's over here. The ocean is haunted. And the shore is wilderness. But The ocean is pretty mean, to be blunt. I'm having a pretty good day, Ripper. Yep. You're still at it. Goats, you are still in fact at it. Just going around, engraving. It's a very satisfying task for you, in fact. You quite like it. I think I'm just gonna get you to polish 10 stones. Let's also jump up to here. Ah! It's a big part of the problem right now. I am out of wood. Which means I could go chop down more, or I could permit this side. I think I'll just permit this side. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Ocean is coming in through here. So another thing I need to do is I need to unsuspend this. I need to go up to here. And I need to plunk that down. I also need to go down here. Got traps, cage trap. And plunk some extras into there. Because this whole water situation is going to be a bit of a pain. But it's okay. It'll dry out pretty quick. I feel like there's a world where I would have played and enjoyed that game. I just don't live in that world. Scald the Black Priory. Good things about it. I need to play a little bit more of that Cyclopean, because it's actually been pretty heavily rebalanced since I last played. What? Terrified while in conflict. With what? Uh-oh. Got an evil albatross. Well, I guess that answers this question. Let it chase you. Seems to just be a singular one. It is actually fighting with the dwarves, too. Seems like we are getting some pretty bad injuries out of it. What is it doing? So it's literally bit the dwarf by the head and is shaking it around. Oh, Birdemic? Is that what you're thinking? You're probably thinking of Birdemic, right? It's the Albadoom. The albatross of horrors! And then it fucking leaves the map, man. Look at that. Oh, boy. Okay, well. Here I thought it would, like, go join us, but no. I was hoping I could catch it. It's the avian flu we were worried about. Man, the avian flu is like no joke, but... Should have looked at your watch earlier. Yeah, you should go to bed if it's 2 a.m. I'm also just going to go down onto this layer because they are running across the beach. I really don't want them running across the beach. I want them to go over the beach. Because this is how they're going to get infested. And actually, what I should really do is just go over here and lock these 2 doors. And just raise this bridge. So that they're forced to not go this way. But this will help. Thank you very much for all the gifts. Greatly appreciate you, friend. Okay, so Dwarf is being put in a tomb, I presume. Onyx, thanks for checking out a gift at Synthetic Cat Girl. Appreciate you. Then they'll go back that way. Well, guys, you guys gotta take the long way around. I'm sorry to break it to you, but this way is no bueno. Okay, so all this is getting done. That got suspended, but you got done and you got done. They both got cages, and then that's got that. Did they just leave the wood at the entrance? One of them did. It's because they canceled the job. It's fine. Let's see, has anything else been caught by it? Nope, it's just Buttsworth. Oh, and the badger. The badger husk is maybe my favorite husk. I don't recall queuing up those hatch covers, but I guess I did. Let's just go with Larch. Still making blocks. We are, in fact, still making blocks. I'm going to queue that back up to 250. Also going to hack down all the trees within my walls. Okay, you looked like you were caught in a conflict, but that's not the case. I'm going to go up to here, jump over to this, and see what else I can throw into here. I'm thinking I'll throw you. I'll throw you, and I'll throw you. Gotta keep training him up. Would a zombie turkey be? I mean, a dwarf just died to a zombie albatross, but that was a dwarf with no training whatsoever. I'll say this dwarf down here could probably end the fort. Considering, yeah, he's whacking it with his gloves. Which is very funny to me. What I really wish is that he would just equip something else. Anything else. There's also a hamster in there with him. It's him and his friend hamster. Maybe I should throw a crutch down in there or something. You know, like some other material object. Something. Hamster got this hands down. Well, hamster is a non-combat critter, so it'll just mostly ignore him. Which is kind of amazing. Let's just get some more engravings up in here. And then I also need a metalsmith guild. So I don't know what I was going to make this into, but I guess it'll be my metalsmith guild. So metalsmith. The oily gravel. Let's call it the oily metal. That fits. What's the value of you? Decently high, considering it's made of constructed items. Let's just do something like that. Nice little pattern on the floor. Badgers can be vicious. Yeah, but they don't train skills. I mean, I really need to use that badger actually as a method of testing. Wait. Oh. What in the fuck is that? I'm sorry, you're a spear what? You're a spear what now? Huh. That's something. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen a Spearmaster show up. Maybe as like a visitor to the tavern, but not like this. The Weremammoth Spearmaster Utest Oguradan Ugot has come. A very large mammoth twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow red. Its dark brown hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. Hey, dwarves. You go inside. That's all. Where did it go? Oh! Was just in the nick of the time, I suppose. Holy shit. Jesus. I'm in an ad break, and apparently my blood sugar's low. I will be back in 2 seconds. So, unrelated to anything. Yesterday I realized that I had nothing for blood sugar problems. Like, no sugar. So I went to the corner store and bought these. These are orange creamsicle Twizzlers. They're surprisingly not horrible. This is my first time eating them. Mammoths don't exist in Dwarf Fortress. They only exist in Weremammoth form. This creature must have had a hell of a story. Like, killed Ineth, rare lances the sorceress tombs of tenacity. What do you mean by could they all be kids? Correct. And they'll also break out because apparently they're building destroyers. Or at the very least, the wereweasel that we had previously was. So I really hope that this goblin, the Hides of Danger, tries to enter my fort, but I don't think they're going to. I think they're just going to run away. Cloud of Murk has drifted nearby. Where is it? It's very far away. Come on, goblin. Try and enter the fortress. We're friendly. We have cookies. Oh, man. Why is the goblin there? Because that's a weremammoth. A Were-Mammoth Spearmaster. Nonetheless. That's why there's a goblin there. Or why there was a goblin there, I guess. My gosh. How are we doing on the logs front? Plenty of work needed. Also need to check clothing. Need to make more cloaks. And trousers. For cloth, we've got a decent amount. Tons of alpaca wool cloth, actually. 142. Let's do, yarn trousers. I can make togas? Holy shit! Can't remember the last time I had togas available. Let's do yarn sock. And, yarn shoe. And, yarn cloaks. 25 of each. At mitigating light injuries? I don't think that affects anything, but if it actually does, that's really cool. But yeah, that's what that goblin was. It was a Spearmaster goblin. Were-Mammoth. Which I am kind of shocked and amazed. Yeah, but I don't think that actually changes how much sun hits them. Unless you're just, like, stating that. But I don't think that's actually a thing. If it is, that's news to me. I don't know, Droven. Also, yes, YouTube chat. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Thank you very much to everybody who's tuning in, by the way. All 212 of you here on Twitch, and all 100 of you over there on the UpTubs. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out today. Also, not even 75 likes, and 100 people watching on YouTube. And I think that means you're very behind in your likes. What's up, Sly92? How do I operate with such a quiet work order list? You don't need that many work orders? It depends on how you run your fort. There's no wrong way to run a fort. I don't generally use a lot of work orders when I build a fort. It's just not necessary. I mean, you can, but I don't. You see the tower's getting built? Yeah, it's looking good so far. Quite happy with the outcome, to be honest. Quite happy with the outcome. So Tuvasia in YouTube chat just gifted 50 YouTube memberships. That's like $100, man. Holy crap. Well, hey, Twitch chat, can I get a big round of beers? That is a lot of memberships, man. I mean, the number of orders I have slowly expand, usually, as the fort goes. This is, by all counts, a really weird fort with odd focuses, and also not even remotely advanced when it comes to, like, my production lines. So because of that, I don't have a lot of work orders. This is, like, abnormally low for me, though. Normally, by about this point, I would have about 2 pages. Like, at least a page and a half of work orders in a normal standard fort, but this is not a normal standard fort. If I had a normal standard fort, then yeah, I'd probably have more, but, you know, it's not that normal for me. So that's certainly got something to do with it. But, you know, at the same time, you don't need many work orders. Depends on what you're trying to do with the fort at the time. I need pine. Although I'm actually just going to deconstruct this one after the fact, so it doesn't actually matter all that much. But yeah, I don't know. I think that people build one way and then get very, very used to just building that one way. I kind of don't do that a lot of the time. I try and just build differently every time. So sometimes I have shit tons of work orders, sometimes I have basically none. And it highly just depends on the fort that I'm playing that day. This one's been very work orders light. Sometimes they're very work orders heavy. Another cloud is coming nearby. This one's also pretty far away. You do 10, maybe you're overdoing it? Are your dwarves' jobs canceling? Because if yes, then yeah, you're overdoing it. If no, nope, you've got the right number. As long as the jobs aren't constantly canceling, you are running your fort absolutely optimally. The only thing that I would say is wrong when it comes to managing your dwarves is if you're getting job cancellations. If you're getting shit tons of job cancellations, something's wrong and that needs to be fixed. Otherwise, you're playing the game as well as you need to. And I wouldn't worry about trying to do things any differently. That's all. I mean, there are some people who completely automate their entire fortress and never need to queue up a single work order ever. Speaking of, I don't even have a dining room for my mayor yet. Let's just do let's make some weapon racks and armor stands. And also, I absolutely have, you know, these. Work orders with conditions? Certainly. Well, I mean, rather, are you having fun? Then you're playing the game correctly, is the actual reality, right? Like, do you enjoy meticulously going about and setting up all of your work orders to work 100% optimally all of the time? If you enjoy that process, you're playing the game correctly. I don't know what that is. I need to convert that to Canadian dollars. Thank you for the really big super chat. It looks big, although I don't actually know. Because I need to convert that to Canadian dollars. Thanks for the 68 cents in Argentinian pesos. Like I said, I have no idea what the value of that is. So thanks for the 68 cents. Or actually less than that, because that would convert then minus 25% because YouTube's cut. So that's... Thanks for the 42 cents in Canadian dollars. This is one thing I really hate about YouTube Super Chats, is it's very easy to, like, pin them to the top forever by just simply cheering very small amounts in large amounts that convert to small amounts in currencies. It's kind of a crappy way of doing it. Didn't realize you needed spectator mode until my comment. Spectator mode? You'd love to put a screen up and watch the dwarves like ants. Tarn has actually talked about having multiple ports, I think is the word he uses. Where you could have a port where you see where the dwarves are actively going, and also a port where you can see where the dwarves currently are. Or like being able to follow a particular dwarf using a port. I would like that. I think that would be nifty. And thanks for the super chat, Bestie Dear Spesty. Is that one a different? I don't even know what that is. Okay, so that's a United Arab Emirates money, whatever that is. Thanks for the... Wow, that's actually a lot of money. Thanks for the 150 bucks. I think in Canadian dollars that comes out too. Yeah, that's 150 Canadian dollars. Thank you. Appreciate you. I just really wish it would just convert it into my currency all the time so that I could actually read it. That's the thing that like throws me off. It's like if you could just if you could just convert it into like readable money, YouTube, that would be great. Like YouTube's all just like, you should thank your super chats. I'm like, sure, it'd be way easier to do that if I didn't have to open up Google like currency exchange every 90 seconds. Like with Twitch amounts, at least I know what I'm getting. By understanding money markets. Yeah, but like, if it could convert it in the UI, that would actually be easy to comprehend. Sure. I mean, anyway. I'm sure it's an easy thing to program, especially on YouTube's budget. Not if ChatGPT can't do it. You think YouTube hires programmers? That's funny. Actually, yeah, it would be Gemini doing it, wouldn't it? Sorry, my bad. Appreciate you, Lanix. I mean, I don't need YouTube to change it for you, Tuvasia. I just wish that YouTube would give me the conversions so that it means something to me. But thank you. I forgot which global tech conglomerate YouTube was part of. I mean, isn't Gemini just... Is Gemini its own thing? I actually haven't looked too deeply into Gemini. I just think it's really... I just kind of get mad at it when I see Google Gemini pop up in Google. I've learned, though, that if you curse in your Google searches, it doesn't give you the Gemini loading, which is nice. So, like, if you type in, like, when is spring break, it'll just tell you in Google Gemini. But if you type in when the fuck is spring break, it'll give you a calendar readout. God damn it, when is spring break? You just look really mad in your Google searches all the time. Although sometimes it just gives you porn, which, honestly, there's worse things. Depending on your curse word of choice. Saves you a step. I mean, yeah. Welcome back, animal. How was the groceries? Google search like, get off my lawn, Gemini! Okay, so we've now got a little bit of power generation. And I can go into here and slowly get rid of these. All right, so I need a millstone, which I don't currently have. So please make me a millstone. I should have at least one rock lying around. At least one. Let's say encrust furniture with cut gems, with polished stones, actually. Infinite water wheel? I've talked about infinite water wheels a trillion times, and I'm not going to talk about them again. I don't like using them as the simple version. You cheered bits like a minute ago? Oh, you did. You once tossed a whole bunch of E's into a bin, and it turned out that that it was my brother's collection, and when he took them out, they were grocer E's. Ah. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I thought you were going to make an EVs joke there. You got into Dwarf Fortress recently, and your tutorials help you a lot. Happy to help, dude. You're so good at puns. I mean, I didn't see that one coming, so... If it didn't text-to-speech, that's weird. It should have, but... It's good to see you, Octobear. It's going well. The Outpost Liaisons also arrived. I want to say they wanted those shields. But I could be wrong. Also got plenty of gloves I can get rid of. You know, it's funny. I'm glad that we live in a world where the term tut has stuck around as like a word that people use. Because like I remember tuts being like old school YouTube shorthand for tutorials, right? And it's stayed strong as time has gone on. People still use that word, and I find it very amusing. It's honestly a massive help. I've had some people ask me if I'm going to remake it and put all the adventure mode tutorials in. It would literally be the same video, but also have adventure mode tutorials in it, so I'm not entirely sure if I should. Maybe I will. I've got a fancy bayberry wood casket up in there. Various blocks, some bars, not a lot. Some dresses, can't get rid of those. Keep those bolts. 85 items to trade. Not bad. We're getting somewhere. Watching a Minecraft tutorial. Yeah, I just found this really good Minecraft tut of how to survive. It's kind of getting up there in age, but I'm sure it'll work. Also, Midnight X apparently has a pet dog. Never heard the term tut used. I've seen it typed. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say it out loud outside of like people referring to it on streams. It's a similar way that like people... I've started seeing people say question mark out loud mid-sentence. I don't know where I first heard that, but I've started saying question mark. I think it might be like using text-to-speech, or speech-to-text rather, to like send texts to people. Nice to say smile verbally. Yeah. It's more like tisk tisk. I think my grandma used to say tut tut. I can't even remember the context of why. Ferrari strategist? Would say tut tut? Or were you saying that in relation to something else? Oh, look, it's snowing. They said tut tut in Emperor's New Groove? Really? Here come the traders. But first, it's diplomacy time. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization of World Info. I'm going to ask that they bring... Hematite. They want crutches. Okay. I don't remember that this doesn't apply to any trades in the past and only for the ones for next year. I don't remember that from last time or from previous. All right. Well, gotta finish trading, but first I'm gonna go up to here and check this. What's the value of this? There we go. Satisfied that. That's good. Volcano. I do say, well, I mean, pull the lever crunk is certainly something that gets said. But seriously, YouTube chat, thank you very much for all of the super chats and the gifts. Regardless of my inability to translate amounts on the fly through YouTube. Although currently YouTube is crashed apparently on my screen. Hey Google, play nice with Firefox, you nerds. Although thankfully Google isn't, you know, ByteDance. Otherwise, Google wouldn't let you upload YouTube videos unless you used their web browser. All right. Let's grab this. I'm going to grab the hematite, which is very heavy. As well as all the meat, all the fish. Sure, I'll take plump helmets. Leaves and fruit. Can't afford the cheese, though. Cheese too expensive. Can afford some of the cheese. Let's go right until it hits yellow. Try trading. Nope. Green. And trade. Done. You like giving the traders lead, crutches, and splints. You know that they can only carry a limited amount of weight, right? Presuming you know that, then yeah, no, I mean, there's worse things you could trade. Okay, well, as long as you're doing that knowingly, then more power to you, I suppose. More power to you. Oh, they have 6+ wagons. Right. That makes sense. If we're talking about like multiple tiers of wagons, then yeah, makes sense. Let's just grab us a millstone. It's really, I feel like I should point out to Tarn that millstones don't have like a sprite when you go to place them. I feel like I should tell him that. I wonder if he knows. He probably does, right? Right? I hope he knows. Lead is for minecarts. Lead does make for good minecarts. Yeah. No, that's true. I had a fort that was almost completely full of lead. Oh, what do you call it? A fort that was almost completely full of lead mechanisms. Like all my mechanisms were made of lead. It was like big heavy levers, big heavy lever. Cool. Was kind of where my brain was going with that. Let's see what I have that I can mill. Yeah, get Galena good for that too. Okay, well, I don't have any bags to mill them into. actually. How are we doing on cloth? Cloth. Sheep's wool, llama wool, yeah, alpaca wool, tons of alpaca wool. Let's do 25 bags. Cloth bag. Because we're going to need those. I'm also going to need to embiggen my clothing industry soon. Let's also process plants, shear animal, spin thread. Carrying heavy objects does in fact increase their strength and endurance. I had in Long Death, when in Long Death I had no minecarts and also no military training, more or less whatsoever, for the first like 15, 20 years of that fort. Very little military training. Not everybody was in the military. But every single dwarf was indefatigable from hauling, I think it was hematite ore and boulders. I don't know if this has already been asked, but what minerals do I have in this embark? I can't remember. I would need to go look at the VOD. What I can tell you is I haven't gotten to any of them yet because it's a heavy aquifer and I've been too lazy to dig through it. It's not really the priority right now. What's a Long Death? Long Death was a fortress that I built that had the end goal of surviving for 1,000 years. Didn't make the goal and gave up and have zero intention of attempting it again. Yeah, it was a fortress that I kept alive for 470 something years. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause until the ad break is done. But I will queue up some pine floor for my kitchen because it's time to move some stuff around in the kitchen. How long did it take you? You can go look at the VODs. I don't know. The VODs just got linked in the chat. So if you click on that playlist, you can go add all the hours up. I've never done it. Multiple years. Well, we started in 2020, and it was still ongoing when the Steam version came out. In short, you know, it's funny. While I was still in the middle of Long Death, I think we were in the year 400 or something, Bruggen. This was like late 2022. A friend of mine, Picture Point, who's a moderator on this stream and he streams sometimes, did a fortress called Short Death. Was it Short Death Oblivion or something? Notakasa, happiest planter. Well, I do actually have planter tasks, so some of these are pretty happy. They're all technically, what's it called? Just peasants right now, but which one of those catches your fancy? There you go, Pookie Duke. 54 days, 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 21 seconds. That was how long I played that one fort. Yeah, also the game ran a lot slower back then as well. It's worth noting. Tool ball seems nice. Of course, I'm getting a faction where everybody wants martial training. We may have to enlist wrestler squads or something, but that would require changing the rules. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and does not have feelings of emotional attachment or even a moment's connection with another being. That or I just need to make them all into hunters. Probably just do that. He is gripped by crippling shyness and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. I think I knew this person growing up. Is not a private person, freely shares details of his life, finds helping others very emotionally rewarding, and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, and can handle stress. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. What a dwarf. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and sees perseverance of it in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. Likes black bronze and wax opal, as well as rope reed paper and axes and helms and backpacks and barrels and amulets and anvils and reindeer for their large herds, and the sound of the laces of silk and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume guava wine and hard wheat flour and citrons, and hates brown recluse spiders. You've got several friends, one of which who's dead, Burr, but most of them are all still around and still with us. So welcome to the fort. Good number of friends, actually, all things considered. I think the run's going pretty well, Mr. Fulcrum. The plan for today is to stream a good few hours at Dwarf Fort and then play some Foundation a little later. Oi, Alphonse 12 Brown. It's good to see you. It's been a minute. And Creed, hello. Good day. Also, YouTube chat, I do have to seriously say thank you for all of the super chats. I think that this might be my best day on YouTube since Adventure Mode released. If not before that. What are we all running in here for? All right, yeah, we're all hauling wood. Makes sense. Let's make 15 charcoal. And then you are just going to smelt that ore. I'm going to go over to here. Going to go butcher. Let's actually make 2 of these. Let's go Tanner. Let's go fishery. I don't know if I'll end up with any fish, but I'll make one in case. Let's go kitchen. And kitchen. And then I need a still. Maybe 2. Yeah, maybe 2. I streamed it, I've streamed it for about 25 hours before in the past, apparently. Not a custom. We also played Manor Lord. Manor Lords, not Manor Lord. Which wasn't super long ago either. Let's just see what they're capable of milling. We should have bags lying around at this point. Let's see what we got. We're going to start getting some dye, I think. Nope. Creepy cloud nearby. The mayor wants construction of something. You want goblets. Motherfucker's expensive. Let's make bronze goblets. I need to get a glass industry up and running, I think, if you're going to be demanding goblets. Yeah, I would like to play some more Manor Lord. I also played, what's it called? The game, the game made by that studio that made action RPGs before making it, and it's also a city builder. And the big kerfuffle about it was that it didn't have a religion mechanic. What was the name of that frickin' game? No, not Foundation. Without looking it up, what was the name of that game? What part of City Builder? Have you ever seen a City Builder before, Tiny Hippo? After that question, I genuinely believe you haven't. Nope, not Banished. It looked like Banished. I could just open up Steam and figure this out in like a couple of seconds, but... It's definitely not Manor Lords, no. No, it's not Anno. They made the... I want to say that they made the... I mean, FG, like, I think 100%ed it. Jeez. You know, I would unironically, Tiny Hippo, I would play a Dragon Age city builder. Like, serious statement, I would play a Dragon Age world city builder. That sounds kind of dope, actually. But I want to say I want to say Hearthhaven or something, but it's not that. Look this up. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll find it. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's Farthest Frontier. Yep, that's it. Yeah, I played that game for 41 hours. Does Raid Shadow Legends have a city building mechanic? That's new to me. That's news to me, if that's a thing. Anyway. Farthest Frontier. Yeah, that's it. They made a... What was the name of that game? The action RPG they made. They made... Yeah, it's Crate Entertainment. They made Grim Dawn. They made Grim Dawn. That thing. Yeah, Grim Dawn. They made Grim Dawn, and then after Grim Dawn, they made Farthest Frontier, which is exactly the same as Grim Dawn. Same genre. Definitely. Wow, that's not the safest place you guys could have arrived in the fort. But welcome to the fort, I suppose. Hey, look, you brought a stray cow? Oh, no, you also brought a sheep. Well, I guess we'll turn you into clothing. The sheep. The sheep's wool, not the sheep. The sheep itself won't turn into clothing, but... The Keat. Yeah, it doesn't have a religion mechanic. It's not like a realistic city builder. It's not like on Earth. It's not a real country. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I remember that game being pretty good too. But I digress. Waiting for my turkeys to grow up. I have so many turkeys. You're playing Grim Dawn right now? Yeah, I mean, like, Grim Dawn's kind of a huge game. But yeah, that studio, like, kind of surprised everybody when they announced that. I remember that being kind of a big deal. It's like, wow, the Grim Dawn people are making something that isn't another Grim Dawn? And I vaguely remember there being a bunch of people going, you made a city builder without a religion mechanic? What is this? And yeah. People getting mad at video games for silly things just makes me squint. I quite liked it, except the bears were murderous. It's definitely some anti-bear propaganda, that's for sure. Because, like, bears just constantly randomly, like, instigating your civilians out of nowhere is, interesting. Moods are not terrible, all things considered. I might need to look into this, though. All right, there goes more construction. At least they can just gather them all out of here and then just run straight down here, so it's actually pretty quick. You know what's funny? I had a conversation with Putnam once. That is possible in the engine. Midnight. That is, in fact, possible in the engine. Will they ever do it? Very unlikely. But it is possible in the engine. So this is like the most cramped clothing industry I've ever built. And just to like show just how cramped it is, I'm going to expand it now. I need the dyer's shop. I need an empty barrel to make a dyer's shop. First-person puke vision simulator, yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you think you want it, but you don't actually want it. Which is a lot of things in video games. Let's make a dyer's shop, because I definitely have dye now. Gleno, thanks for the 50th month. Jesus. Number do indeed go up. The pickling backpacking video games bookshelf. Yeah, except for like the one book that's on that bookshelf, which my dad gave me. Can you guess which one on that bookshelf my dad gave me? I've read every book on that bookshelf with the exception of one, which is the one my dad gave me. Scott Pilgrim? No, that is actually signed. That's signed by the author and like half of the cast of the movie. No, I've definitely read Scott Pilgrim. There's an Age of Empires 2 FPS mod? I beg your fucking pardon? It can be worse. Wait, hold on. Is Dota 2 VR like a top-down viewed thing? Because that'd be kind of dope. If anybody's wondering what Clint was talking about, exclamation point blog. In my blog, I posted some photos of the new place where I'm living now. It's top-down and first-person. Okay, so like top-down Dota would be okay. But like any other Dota, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, I'm just looking at how much dye I even have right now. Can't be much. It's literally none. Millable unrotten plants. Okay, so I do have one red root dye. And meanwhile, down here, we've got, what, 57 hide root? So I guess what I should do probably is go into here and go to hide root under plants, remove it from here, make a hide root specific stockpile, And then set this to take from that stockpile. But then I also need bags in said stockpile. So I'll just tell it to also take from that stockpile. Just lost a fight to a single chinchilla? Like a normal sized chinchilla? Or like a giant chinchilla? I saw a cat lose a fight to a chinchilla once. It was pretty special. I'm not tried, and you're under an NDA to talk about? Okay. I was gonna say, you certainly better not be under an NDA, otherwise you may be in trouble. Are those, well, here. Why don't I just plant some hydrate seeds? I wonder if I can plant stuff above ground here, because there is grass. I probably can, because there's no roof, really. Although we're going to have to get all these turkeys off of it for a moment. Maybe we don't need to get the turkeys off of it. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to click hide root. I'm actually setting up a dye industry for anybody who's wondering. That is actually something I'm doing. How does Dwarf Fortress find new ways to kill your dwarves every single game? Because you haven't seen all of them yet. Also, Budgie, it's good to see you, by the way. But yeah, no, the book that I didn't. What is that? Is that a bugged out art like sprite right there? I didn't designate anything though. It's not a DF hack icon. I think it was a bugged out forbidden icon. Nothing under made of malachite under it? Nope. Certainly not. When they deconstruct stuff. No, that's a DF hack icon. I've got those disabled. It's like the beehives all over again? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was certainly a bugged out icon, but not one I've ever seen before. All right. So now I've got red root dye. So now we're just dyeing thread. Although maybe I should dye cloth instead, actually. So I don't just end up dyeing all of this reindeer thread. Wait, what happens 100% of the time? Mind? In the latest Steam version DF plus DF hack, the dwarves refuse to haul dumped items, period. Okay, I have a question. Why are you guessing something is a DF hack bug if you haven't tried without DF hack? Because They've in fact dumped items in this fortress, and they haven't patched the game since. Neither has DF Hack. So, does not sound like a DF Hack thing. I mean, like, let's see if they'll dump this. I do have DF Hack running for reference here. It's not a DF Hack bug. Just straight up, that is not a DF Hack bug. Unless it's a really weirdly unique to you situation, but... I think okay, so for clarity's sake, we're talking about two separate things here, Zordus. I'm pretty sure that icon is a missing sprite for a forbidden item, because when I unforbid and reforbid the item, the sprite disappeared. So it's some sort of like sprite identification thing. I've seen similar things to that before, just not in that specific circumstance. The second thing is the thing that I've got a sunbeam that's in need of fixing. Ah, right. It's that time of day. I think I'll just do it this way. Let's see if camera will adjust. The whole room is green because the sun is reflecting off of the thing, so it's considering me to be green screenable now. I look like I'm in a noir film. I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna go fix the thing behind me. Don't mind the sunshine apparitions. They're perfectly normal and expected. Hey. Anyway, where was I? I have zero experience with anything of the sort, Mind. Hey, chat, has anybody else experienced what Mind is discussing? On Chrome, really? Man, we were joking about them, like, getting rid of all of their employees, but I wasn't trying to be that literal. If YouTube is crashing on Chrome, that's impressive. Let's see, is there anything else I can chuck into here? But yeah, I've been chucking items into holes all day in this particular fort, and I've not had anything of the sort happen, so... I'm just going to wait for these turkeys to grow up, because they're getting there. I wonder if auto dump is going to do it. Using ad block on Chrome. Is that what's causing YouTube to break constantly recently? Is ad block? That would be typical YouTube. Also, now that I look at it, my YouTube chat's broken. So if anybody's been talking on YouTube, I haven't seen you talking for the last couple minutes. There we go. Should be able to see it now. In all your time to our fortress, you've never really bothered building stuff above ground. You really should. I mean, pre-Steam, it was tedious as hell to do well, but it's much easier now. That much is for sure. So if I go cloth, just looking at how much, if any, cloth I even have that's dyed. Okay, so we're dyeing our first alpaca wool cloth, I think. I can't remember if the sprite changes color because it's been a while. Baroness got smashed into bits by a ghost. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. That's now a Fisherberry seeds bag. Okay. I should really set my meals to only use seeds. It's like, just be very specific about cooking. Because a lot of these seeds I don't need. At least not in the quantity I have them. I know I'm planting Fisherberries, but I'm not planting that many. I think what I'm going to do is go up to here and just go around the edges and just make Fisherberry farm plots. Do one there and one there, because I've just got so many of them. Your color Kindle just arrived. They make Kindles in color? It's like the Game Boy Color all over again. Sitz07, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for 21 months. Welcome back, my dude. Yeah, I've talked about this a million times, Havoc, but Havoc also re-mentions that dumping is one of the lowest priority tasks in the game and cannot have priorities changed. I know I've certainly had forts where everybody refuses to dump. And usually the result is there's like a canceling job somewhere. But it's never been the fault of DF Hack. Like, DF Hack has caused many problems, but I've never once had DF Hack do that specifically. It would do anything for love, but it won't do that. No matter as much as I try. Hey, YouTube. You're only 2 likes away from 100. You can do it. Hey, Twitch chat. Can I get a round of beers for that Prime sub for 21 months? Appreciate you. Thanks, Half-Axed. Civ 7 ad, and it won't touch the Civ game anymore, at least till 2 years after launch. That's every single Civ game since Civ 2. Like, well, maybe Civ 4. I think ever since Civ 4, like, Civ is just like peak patient gamer society, you know? Like, if you're a patient gamer, Civ is your jam. If you're not a patient gamer, then you go and yell in the Steam reviews and everybody else is like, surprise Pikachu. like, of course. Of course. Haven't added England to Civ 7. That's what you're upset about? Okay. Well, I guess I need to remove the ceiling then. Maybe... Ooh. Wonder if I could farm directly beneath this. Probably can. Or is this a, they haven't added England to Civ 7 and there was much rejoicing? I think it's interesting though what Civ 7 is trying to do. Because like Civ is always very samey. And I think you gotta fuck with the formula. If you don't want to play with the fucked with formula, then go play the old Civ. That's how Civ's always worked. They always fuck with the formula. It always upsets everybody. Every single time. Yeah. So, like, don't buy it and leave a negative review. Like, Civ is just an unofficial early access. It's always been that way. And this is why I will never stream a Civ game. Because the Civ community makes that game horrifically unpleasant to play. Not that they're the most unpleasant people. They're often very nice, but they are the community that refuses to allow you to enjoy something as it is. Which, yeah, I will never, ever stream a Civ game ever again. Well, then I have a question. If they weren't trying to reinvent the wheel, then what's the point of making a new game? They could just keep adding DLC to the old one for forever. And if that's what you want, then okay. But, like, people complain about that too. So with games like that, where you can just expand upon the concept for infinity, you have two options. You can release a new video game, or you can endlessly iterate, and then you have the Stellaris problem, where you have people who like a certain version in a certain state, and then get mad when it updates, and they go, well, the game I used to like no longer exists. I personally feel it's better to just release a new game every so often. Like, endless iteration is good to a point, but if you want Civ 5, go play Civ 5. If you want Civ 4, go play Civ 4. If you want Civ 7, well, try Civ 7. And if you want something weird that isn't Civ, like, Endless Legend exists. I don't know, I don't fully understand the vitriol at reinventing the wheel when it comes to Civ, because I think that reinventing the wheel is the strength of Civ. Or one of the biggest strengths of Civ, anyway. Also, I should definitely not do this until they're done digging. So, like, Stellaris is unrecognizable from what it was when it initially launched. To a point like Europa Universalis is all, like, they've released, what, 2 Civ games since Europa Universalis came out originally? Right? So, maybe more? So I don't know. It depends on what your priority is. I personally, I like iteration in certain types of games. I think it makes sense in certain types of games. I think that sometimes it's also wise to just say, this is a finished product. Play it if you want, don't if you don't want. And we're now working on the next iteration and the next product in this series, which isn't going to be identical to this product, but will still be part of the same series, which is what Civ does. Civ has literally never done that. So maybe people who play Civ just have really, really, really bad long-term memory, because Civ has literally never done that, private parking, with the exception of maybe like Civ 1 to Civ 2 into Civ 3, because those were largely just the same game, but a lot more plus a lot. Actually, no, Civ 2 into Civ 3 was largely same game, but with a lot more. And then they started fucking with the format after that, you know? Like, I feel like if Civ stopped iterating with every release and making a drastically different game with every release, Civ would lose what's cool about Civ. Oh, sorry. I'm just babbling, private parking. I want some statues for these corners. I think that would look lovely. Okay, so underneath this is going to be my farming area. I have a genuine question. How many video games have you developed in your life? Because if you think that they are leaving things out to be sold as DLC, you don't know how games are made. Because, no, they haven't made those things yet. Like, this will forever be It's like saying this. Instead of making all 7 seasons of Game of Thrones and releasing them all at once, they only released season 1, and I had to continue paying the subscription fee for the television service to continue watching the show. If you're saying that Civ does that, you're nuts. And as far as Paradox goes, I'm going to smack my face on my keyboard really, really hard and ask you to just stop talking, Salesman of Doom. Let's change the subject before this turns into an argument. You're nuts. That's it. Then go outside, Zertus. Genuinely then, go outside. Go find a new hobby. In YouTube chat, I got tilted for the first time in DF after 150 hours. Pretty good game. I don't think... DF has just made me kind of sad before. I don't think DF's ever fully tilted me. Chat's fully tilted me. I think Taylor Swift fans are almost, if not more, entitled than video game fans. And I mean that truly from the bottom of my heart. Oh, true, yeah. I feel dumb in DF pretty frequently. But I don't know if I've ever, like, fully felt tilted. Like, as in, like, mad. At least not at the game. Let's actually do Fisher Berries. Nobody's tilted here. So you... I'm just... I cannot physically speak to you, Salesman of Doom. Because you are... If you genuinely believe that Brave New World DLC was removed from Civ 5 and added in specifically to be sold separately, you don't know how video game development works. You also don't know how strategy game development works. So you're making statements because you're an entitled prick. That's all that the statement does. Do you feel that you didn't want to pay for it separately? Okay, that's one thing. Just say that you don't want to pay for DLC. But saying that they removed something from the game for it to be sold separately just makes you look like an entitled prick. If you want to continue discussing this, we can. But I don't see the purpose. Because it just makes you look like an entitled prick. Studios all the time plan DLC. That does not make it content that was removed from a game specifically to be sold separately. It means, okay, we've built the base of this, and now we're going to continue working on it. We have to pay our employees and keep the studio open. Yeah, that's business. Business sucks. I get it too. I also hate capitalism. But you have to fucking pay your employees. The fact that Firaxis still exists is impressive to me. I'm kind of happy that they do. It's nice that Sid Meier still has a job. Okay, I'm just going to time you out for 10 minutes so that I can leave this subject, because I don't want to continue discussing this with somebody who's just being an entitled prick. All right, Civ 5 was great. Anyway, next question. Chat, let's change the subject to literally anything else. Please, like, understand the stupidity of this fucking discussion. Let's move on with everybody's lives and save us all the oxygen. Good price, private parking. The lady in front of my grocery store was wearing heavy perfume, and this stuff, and all the stuff that you bought now smells like it. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Spontaneous headache. What is the plan for this fortress? I'm not allowed to build a military. I'm not allowed to tell my soldiers to train in the military. The only thing I can use for defense are the evil weather zombies that are made to appear by touching the evil clouds that the ocean spawns. I've got one that I'm slowly training up by throwing livestock at it, and I'm kind of waiting until the goblins attack me or somebody else attacks me so that I can catch more of them and send them in to train that dwarf, with the long-term hope / goal of building an invincible cage-trapped army that's made up of these guys. Just made some fermented garlic. Ooh. That sounds delicious. So the Doctrine of Bronze has many worshippers in Clobbertomb and now requires a temple complex and a high priest. Yeah, all irrigated soil is as productive as normal cave soil. It doesn't need to necessarily be in the cave. The Doctrine of Bronze. So this one wants a high priest in a temple complex. You also want a high priest in a temple complex. Well, I'm going to expand this out to here. Kind of tempted to do fancy metal walls, but I think I'm just not going to. I think instead I think I'll just do some metal pattern. Well, eesh. Trying to think, like, what can I do to increase value of thing? Because I don't actually think I have any gems I can cut. So, like... no, okay. I do have some gems. Also, I've got some stuff I can melt down, so I should melt that stuff down, too. Wait, what? Alan? I thought they sold out. Are you just saying that they've sold out? Because I believe that. What do you mean by they don't actually exist? I guess I could do cloth crafts. Cloth crafts is something I could do. Trying to think of ways that... Chat, what are some creative ways you would use to inflate the value of a room like this? Minus just putting, you know, engravings over the entire thing, because that's a little boring. They don't need an altar, no. Altars actually do absolutely nothing. I could make altars, but altars don't do anything. Well, we've already got a dyeing industry. Can you embroider stuff? I guess you could... Can you decorate with cloth? Decorate with pearl. Decorate with horn, ivory tooth. That's... If you can even do that, that's news to me. Currently, yeah. Well, I mean, I can make cloth crafts. I wonder how specific I can be with cloth crafts. Actually, let's do yarn crafts. Okay, so I can't specify dyed yarn crafts. Yeah, those are going in bedrooms in this world. Anomaly. I could do this. What are the two gods? The Doctrine of Bronze and the Sect of Amethyst. Which... Goats. What god do you worship? It's Burr. Great. Very descriptive. Can't make a... I could do a iron figurine. This is gonna be fun. There's a couple of Burrs. But it needs to just solely be Burr. It is Burr singular. So I don't think this Burr has the last name, but maybe they do. Burr routed gorges. Scaly humanoid. Its purple top scales are small and overlapping. This creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Ivel Anvil Channels in morning glazes after horrible experiments on Logum. Well, that's fun. The Sly Dawn. Born in Goldhaven. There's a Sasquatch. There's a zombie. And a corrupted ghoul. Yeah, I'm not just seeing good old-fashioned Burr. Welp. The Bronze Doctrines it is, then. A Dwarven religion. I'm pretty sure that's right? Oh, no, the Sect of Amethyst. The Sect of Amethyst. I'll make 5 iron figurines about the Sect of Amethyst, and I'll put those in pedestals in there, which is going to go into the Cathedral of Wealth right here. Although I should have some displays. I've got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's very possible that Burr is a no-name peasant. It is certainly possible. Unlikely, but possible. And sentient potate. There are no soldiers in this world. I am not making squads. It's if you type an exclamation point goal, you'll see that. Who are the dwarves cold? So temperature doesn't really negatively affect them unless they're cold enough that they're frozen in a block of ice. So it's not something we really need to worry about. So do you have a second choice, sentient? You mean zombie. Do I have any unnamed zombies? I got Shorthast, who's in a cage over here. No, he's definitely not a no-name. I mean, you could just have this one. So, do you want it? Just confirm. Or deny. Yes or no? I don't know if they're going to fight yet. Sentient Potato, the Tangled, is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation and finds obligations confining, though she's conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she is a friendly individual. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she is trusting. She has an active sense of humor, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is often nervous, occasionally overindulges, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to Square's natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess, and she will often touch others when greeting them. And she always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised. This is not, well, this one's completely emotionless because they've been in a cage for so long, but this isn't a dwarf. This is a character that is opposed to life. They're not like your standard zombies. Your standard zombies are, what's it called? Resurrected by a necromancer. These ones are created by evil biomes. So every so often, evil weather floats across the map, which are specifically murky clouds. And these murky clouds cause dwarves to, become those evil zombies. Gonna make 25 meals per month. This one here is gonna make fine meals. And also do them monthly. I'll do 20 of them. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure which, they don't like to, they don't spread their infestations with biting. It's kind of unfortunate because it makes it harder for me to spread them, but they certainly do sometimes. Let's just do 25 and 25 and just repeat whenever we're beneath too low of a number. Amount of drinks is less than 100. I mean, the amount of drinks is less than 100. Check daily. Check daily. Okay, cool. So they will start doing more drinks. Those will get queued up. Actually, instead of 100, let's say 250. Because we do actually have kind of a few more dwarves now. And I don't care if I get job cancellations, the world won't end. How much power are you generating? Plenty. I should make another millstone. I did, in fact, do that. I'm not the first person to do that, nor did I come up with it. But I did do that. Yeah, Winter Throne was a hell of a fort. Let me tell you. It was a hell of a goddamn fort. I don't think so. I think that some curses should just be permanent. Because if it was curable, all that would happen is you would just prepare for it from the get-go. And it would be a non-issue once you knew how to deal with it. And I like that there's some things in Dwarf Fortress that aren't fixable. That aren't, curable per se. Yeah, exactly. Some places have to carry a risk. That's a good way of putting it. I don't know. I love-hate that about Cud. I feel the same way about Noida. It's like, is that a fun mechanic? I don't know. I can see why it can be, but personally, I've never found it to be particularly fun. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Would you look at that? So, that's fun. Let's do this. It's fine. So, I think that, like, when it comes to diseases, I think that it should be more possible to, like, fix debilitating injuries, you know, like permanent wounds and such. However, when it comes to curses, that's the fun of the biome, is that it's not curable. At least, in my humble opinion. That is the fun of the biome. I need to let some of the light through, but not... I'll just deal with the light flares, it's fine. For now. Until I figure out a solution. How's the new abode? Oh, it's lovely. It is lovely here. Deities cause most curses. Can they give boons as well? Yep. Although the annoying thing is, most deities that give gifts tend to be human deities, and they tend to give you human-sized gear regardless of how big you are. So, like, getting dwarf-sized gear as a large adventurer is quite annoying, and getting human-sized gear as a less large adventurer is also quite annoying. Let me check something, see if I can do this. Actually, let me just do this real quick. Good enough for now. All right. So they bribed and then immediately left. Or did they get turned? Because there's also Merc right here, which is where they were. Snatcher, protect the children, sure. Oh, excellent. Got one. Where's the second one? It's probably running away in fear. Oh. Well, hello. Scaly humanoid with 3 broad horns. Its purple top scales are small and overlapping. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Imush. Huh. What the fuck is that? It's clearly Arstruck Devil Chaos. He is mighty and also incredibly quick to heal. 230 years old. He's a member of the Low Nightmare. One thing about this new place, I need better curtains for when the sun shines in here directly. There we go. They got it to a point where I'm happy with it. Okay, so is there anything else left on the map, or was that just a scouting party? So now I have two options. I can try and turn them into zombies, or I can feed them to my trait. I think I'm going to feed the 2 goblin thieves to my zombie. And I think I'm going to try and convert the Hand of Imish. Almost sleep paralysis demon? Yeah. No kidding. Potpourri is getting to work. So we've got 2 goblins. This being one of them and that being the other one. You're a novice maceman. Does have 2 bags. So there's another were-mammoth. The were-mammoth. This one is not a... what do you call it? Spearmaster. So this is a different one. But Akko Sukunod has come, a very large mammoth twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow dark brown. Its hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. What? How in the world did you get in here? That mammoth can climb, yeah, but there's nothing to climb through. So he must have, like, jumped in here, but that kind of doesn't make sense. Because he would have had no reason to. Well, please get cage trapped. Because I'd really like to see these goblins getting thrown in here. Okay. He seems kind of stuck. I'm just wondering, like, what caused him to arrive? Or he's developed empathy. I think he's developed analysis paralysis. Too many dwarves. I can't possibly kill all of them. Also, I've got a artifact that I completely missed. Nope. Okay, so now my good dwarf here, the talented miscellaneous object user, is striking the goblin with a glove. And he hit him he hit him so hard. Or no, sorry, he hit a bull calf in the head so hard with a glove that it exploded into gore. So now you're grappling with him, probably. Strikes him in the arm with a jute hood, which bruises the muscle. The goblin looks surprised. I would be too. The weaponsmith executable merc husk strikes the goblin in the right lower leg with his left glove, bruising the bone through the troll fur trousers. And is now dead. I think that was both of them. Although the other one got released somehow and is now in that cage, which is good. So, Akko the human. Oh, there you are. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But the first thing that arrived was a human, right? as part of that siege. I'd have to go back and look. I wonder if this human arrived as part of that siege. Like, genuinely. Because I'm pretty sure he did. Regardless, that is something. That was a series of events that just happened. And I think the most shocking one of them all was just suddenly there's a weremammoth in my fort. That also, like, doesn't want to move for some reason. And you, right here, can get goblin. I kind of want to throw that human in there with him, but I need to try and do something a little bit smarter with that human instead. Oh, did you... Did he already go in? Nope. Where's the other goblin then? Oh, I see. Is in the process of getting beaten to death. Well, all the other dwarves have just gotten to beat him up. So... how about I just open this gate and let you out that side? And then you can go re-cage trap yourself. Please just, you know, go get re-cage trapped. It'll be fine. It won't take super long either. You just got to go out the door. It's right there. It's very convenient. Lots of levity. Or you could, like, you know, go into that. That would be fine too. Okay, so you're you're getting hit with bolts. The flying large bolt strikes him in the left hand, bruising the bone. He's fucking getting shot with, like, darts. Oh, that's funny. Somebody removed his nose as well, which is why he looks so funny. God damn, man. Do walls block the merc? Walls do. Fortifications do not. Now this dog is having a field day. Well, she heard what happened in the whole... yeah, she must have. Rest in peace there, Goblin. It's a bloody shame, that. Terrible, clearly. Christian Blue. It has a cape. You don't want to give your dwarves capes. Although these dwarves can make togas, which I think is funny. Nice and quick. Dealt with the remains. All right, so let's see. What's going on over here? What do you want? Gems shining. Oh. Okay. Do I have any gems I can cut? No. Polish a stone, then. Although I do have cut gems, so what else do you need? Bones. Ooh, maybe bones. I haven't been butchering anything. I've just been... you know, killing them very ethically, right? Let's just kill a couple turkeys. Cloth threads. Bones, yes. What have you grabbed? Literally nothing. Okay, gem shining. Oh, you also need wood. Surprise, the wood stockpile needs wood. Let's pull this lever. And also go out here and do some of this. Devilish potato. Theoretically can do that. Just going out to go fell some trees. Is the Husk an elite fighter yet? I don't think elite. I mean, I've only been training him on mostly, like, turkeys. So, he's probably not that skilled up. But for combat, he's a master fighter. He's a master fighter. An adept miscellaneous object user, which is hilarious. Skilled wrestler. So yeah, he's getting there. Certainly getting there. Why'd you... what? Stop it. I want you to go fell tree, damn it. Yes, they do. Because the game calculates the animal's total size. And an adult size animal is going to be bigger than a non-adult size. So, like, if you butcher a pony, you'll get less leather and meat and materials than you would otherwise. Okay, hold on. Let me just go in here and go to labors, go to standing orders, go to, I think it's other. Only farmers harvest. Now, quit it. You bloody potato. Go fell the goddamn tree. Do you want that artifact to die? I don't. Inscrutable Merc has drifted nearby. Well, such is the way of the Dwarf. Strange mood. There we go. Go get a Meng. So because Meng is making an artifact, I get to make a new bedroom. Because only artifact creators get bedrooms. So and then that's what Larch. Sort of private parking. I mean, it's got a long ways to go before it gets that insane, but also this has a long way to go. Speaking of things that have a long way to go. Don't know which one that was. And let's just do a large gem with this last one. Bump up the value of that. Except with massive farmers guilds. Yeah, I always forget as well. How's the value of this? It's going up pretty considerably. It's not that high, though. 4,600. Let's engrave the walls as well, because that's going to actually help pretty considerably. I just don't want to do the floors. Kind of don't like the way entirely engraved rooms look. Okay, those are all done already. I can do a few more of the floors, maybe, like there and there. Maybe here, here, and here. Down this side as well. Could also throw in some fancy tables and some chairs. Think about that question for a second and answer it yourself if you can. If you can't, then I don't know, say you can't, and then I'll answer it. It's not hard to build above ground forts, it's just slow. So a lot of people don't do it. Do the different types of wood have different values? I don't think so, but for all I know, they might. And then I also need to make some wooden pedestals. In regards to DF hack question, I have no interest in using DF hack tools that change the vanilla experience, because I am the tutorial guy. So if it's not in the vanilla experience, then people who are just learning the game likely don't have those tools. I don't want to encourage people to use DF hack for a variety of reasons, which I've explained a trillion times on this channel. And so using DF hack tools when I'm the guy that people come to learn how to play the game is kind of counterproductive. All wood as a value of 3? That wouldn't surprise me. Hopefully that answers your question, Private Parking. That's the answer to almost every DF hack related question that you could possibly have. And it always comes down to either I don't find the tool that useful, it takes away from my creativity, or I'm the tutorial guy. And that one lands on all three. I don't personally find build planning to be something I want to use or something I find beneficial. Man, if a dragon shows up and burns the whole fort down, Thorbus in YouTube chat, I will be very happy. You're not that new, Private Parking. And also I talk about this 3 to 5 times a stream because people ask me multiple times a day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think of you as that new. All right. Where are you headed? Are you forbidden or something? Okay, we're just waiting for somebody to come get you. Brass mortals. What do I use it for? Mostly trying to locate bugs when they happen, infrequently. Sometimes I use it to improve frame rate in ways that would naturally improve on their own with time. Things like putting out fires or getting rid of smoke, because I'm running an entertainment stream. So in reality, I would just get up and leave and come back 5 minutes later and the fire would be out. But for the sake of making the game easier to watch, sometimes I'll do that. Every now and again, I'll use exterminate just to see how many of an enemy there is, because chat asks me. I'm like, I'm not going to go count every single one of them. Stuff like that. I use it for checking things and bug testing things. I very rarely use it to actually do anything, unless it's like a state of desperation because the game's broken for some odd reason or another. But I find all of its... I don't like answering this question because I feel like I'm stuck in Groundhog Day. What was I going to do? I was going to queue something up. No, I can't remember what it was. Oh well, I'll remember in a bit. Engrave the walls and construct the walls is a really good way to increase the value of a room. Put furniture in it. Put things in it. Put furniture that's encrusted in it. Oh, now I know. Let's just do 2 iron altars. At this point, Droven, I don't even know. They very well might be. Besides, the only plant that I'm aware of is the one that's on my desk, which does not like the green screen. That's a good question. I don't know, Christian Blue. I've never done the science. The only way to know is to check. Try it, see if it works. Although they won't store books in a bookshelf that isn't in a library, right? So like these don't have any books in them. Even if I did have books to put in them, they wouldn't put books in them because that's not designated as a library. So they would only do that if it was designated as a library. Also down here, You've just got like an infinite... number of possible dye output points. Process plants. Restarts have completed, checked monthly. Yeah, we can do that. Let's just say restarts have completed, checked monthly. Just mill plants. I don't think that's how plants work. Private parking? Unless you're admitting to being a plant, in which case, why are you mean? Is there a particular reason why you would intentionally go around trying to make my day slightly more annoying? Do you just not like me? Who hurt you? Please get therapy. That's my response to, like, you know, people who go around on the internet specifically trying to annoy people. You had my Dwarves one game just stop working altogether. I guarantee you I could fix that without DF hack. It probably was just an infinitely repeating job that they had no way of completing. Like, as an example, if you have one injured dwarf in a fortress and you have a bucket, okay? And that bucket is full of frozen water. So ice, basically, instead of water. That will brick your entire fortress and all dwarves will quote-unquote go on strike. And there's no way to fix it. Unless you build a new bucket. And also disable orderlies. I've had that happen. It's a pretty bad behavioral issue in the game. But I've had it happen. DF hack can't fix that. That's not FPS death, for fuck's sake. I should just go play Foundation at this rate, chat. You learned by watching blind, then you started tackling problems one by one. Your advice is usually that the problems are caused by yourself and something that you're missing, for example. Exactly, what Frosty Dog is talking about. The vast majority of, like, problems that you're going to have in a fortress are caused by you. It's like player error. I mean, I do that too. Like, many a fort I've accidentally, like, forgotten to finish something because I kind of thought that I could fix it without having to, you know, do something fancy and then forget that there's actually just a really straightforward, easy way to fix a problem. Certainly had my fair share of those. I might just move the Ashen Chapel to a different floor. Certainly if you spawn a bucket with the effect, that would fix it. Or you could just press Y, go to orderlies, nobody does this, make a bucket, and then turn orderlies back on. Like, yeah, I mean, you could also win every Age of Empires game by just typing in die, die, die. But I don't think that makes the game fun. I think that makes the game significantly worse. If something can be solved in the game, I like to solve it in the game. Maybe you don't, and that sucks. Sorry you feel that way. How come I can't make gem windows? What's going on with that? Oh, I can. I just clicked the wrong button, I guess. Oh, trust me, stockpile links break something at some point in every fortress every time I use them because I forget that I used them. And then, like, hours later in game, I'm like, why is this not working? Then I realize, oh, it's because of these friggin' links I made. like hours and hours and hours ago, which I have zero recollection of making, but apparently did. Anyway. Can we talk about why this game is good? Can we talk about something pleasant? I don't know why this is just, like, so irking to me, but y'all's insistence on not actually playing the video game is baffling to me. Some days I wonder, Pedro. Some days I wonder. Yeah, actually, the tavern music's pretty good. That I can agree with. The tavern music is pretty good. I think I'm just going to engrave the floor. What was the other one I needed to do? It was this one. Nope, not that one. Was it this one? Nope. Was it this one? The Ashen Champ Temple? No, you only have 22 worshippers. It's this one, the Pink Chapel. Wrong button. And then the Pink Chapel's also going to get fancy bolts. Why not? Oh, links are great. You can do a lot of cool things with to stockpile links. Both of the soundtracks are pretty good. Freezing Tuna. Both the soundtracks are pretty good. Figured out why your smelters weren't working, and it's because you were being done with it. Told ya! Told ya. I knew it, man. Not only did I know it, but I knew that you could solve the problem. I'm so proud of you. I am actually proud of you. Well done. Can I ask what was wrong? Arcmaster 5000. Hope the day's progressing well. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice to see the sun while I'm working. No, it's fair, Christian Blue. It is very in-depth. I don't know. I like solving problems within, like, constraints. That's what makes things interesting about Dwarf Fortress to me. I think completely obliterating the existence of all of those constraints and then getting mad at the fact that they exist, or insisting that you don't need to enjoy the constraints, is just always going to be a bit bewildering to me, because it's like, they remove everything that you think is interesting about a video game and now play the video game. It's like, but there's things that are interesting about the video game. So if I seem a little bit done with this topic, it's because it's a insistence on ignoring everything that makes the game cool, which will forever baffle me. That's all. You set up stockpiles that was stopping them from grabbing anything other than from those stockpiles. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. That would definitely do it. You know, it took me like a good 6 months of learning how to play this game to figure out how squads work, so that's understandable. Well, I think some mechanics are put in Dwarf Fortress accidentally, but then again, that's not unique to Dwarf Fortress. There's lots of games where the most interesting parts of the game were added accidentally. Warframe's a good example of this. Hello, Paul. How are you? And no problem, Jub. Glad you enjoyed the tutorials. Cloud of murk drifted nearby. What do you need here, Dwarf? Did I manage to miss bones again? I think I did. And also we have some adult turkeys now. At least it looked for a second there like I had some adult turkeys. I guess I don't. All right, well, let's just eat some reindeer. Before you go insane here, Dwarf. Warframe has a mechanic where, I'm not sure how it works, but simply put, it allows you to fly. And originally that was a jump, crouch, use attack ability combo bug that allowed you to just fly. And people liked it so much that they made it a mechanic in the game. Similar to Guns the Duel from back in the day. To anybody who wants this oddly specific reference to a very old video game. Where you could wall run and essentially fly. In ways that completely busted the game if you didn't know how to do it. And it was a very, 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 very satisfying mechanic. Man, you're still looking for things? Bones, yes, tree life. Do you want another cut gem? Is that what it is? Got 2 bones. Do you need more bones? Okay, well, I'm gonna butcher another animal. I'm also going to make another gem. Although I think I should have one right there, so I think it's bones. Sure, yeah. I mean, Gears of War also had similar-ish mechanics. As in, like, quantum stockpiling wasn't, you know, coptering. Is that what it's called? Yeah. I never actually knew what it was called. Quantum stockpiles aren't an intended mechanic in Dwarf, as an example. Sometimes they use 20 bones. If they're using 20 bones, it's very likely you've placed your, what's it called? Your workshop in a guild crafter's guild, or in a guild zone instead of the zone that they're supposed to be in. Because if you place them in a guild hall, they will just infinitely collect items. Weird bug, but still a bug. Speaking of bones, bones and butcher animals are your current problem with linked stockpiles. I mean, why in the world would you use linked stockpiles for that? Just use priorities. I mean, you could. Makes sense how you could. I don't fully understand why you would do it that way. I feel like you're just kind of unnecessarily overcomplicating things, but the people out there love to do that. You know, I kind of like giant storage rooms. I'll be honest. Like, there's something really satisfying about a very specific, like, everything is extremely well organized and managed. You're now a clobbersmith. There's something about that that's very satisfying, but on a different side of the same coin, I think it can also be, like, extremely satisfying to have gigantic, like, just super massive stockpiles just full of absurd amounts of things. I think both of those things can be quite satisfying. It's called bullet jumping now. Okay. So it's more like a rocket jump. Meng Clobbersmith has created Okol Stizaf, a Bayberry Wood statue of Defini torch drills, and claims it as a family heirloom. Okay, so who's Defini torch drills? All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Defini torch drills, the human, and Inga's knot knife, the goblin in Bayberry Wood by Meng. Inga's knot knife is striking down Defini. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Defini torch drills by the goblin knot knife in the Seas of Cruelty in the early summer of 351 during Umaz Tozu, the attack of targets. Isn't that here? It is decorated with pine Giant cave spider silk and reindeer bone, and encircled with bands of reindeer bone. This object menaces with spikes of bayberry wood, hematite, reindeer bone, and on the item is an image of a gizzard stone in pine. Huh. Well, we don't know how he killed him. Maybe he pushed him off of a high ledge. That would be very splat. Less knife. Well, okay. Dorothy McClobbersmith. You get this bedroom. But you want to make romance. You're a member of the Doctrine of Bronze, which is this. Nope, that's the Sect of Amethyst. Is this the Doctrine of Bronze? It's this one. I'm going to put that statue in here. Just have to go down here, go down here. Forbidden, unforbidden. And there it is. I'm going to put it in... normally they would just go into their bedroom, but because it's a statue and because that dwarf worships this god, I am just going to put it in the temple. Because that is a very useful thing to have right now. Now I can recognize the high priest, and I'm going to give it to Meng. The holy silver is now Meng, the Clobbersmith. There you go. I think that's fitting, you know? Now I just need this one done. To be classified as a fertility statue, I know nothing about the legitimacy or ways of making fertility statues, so I'm going to have to take your word on that. What are you eating down there? Potato plant stew. Oh, wow. The ingredients are superiorly minced moose tripe. Okay. Finely minced potato plant. Oh, it's potato plant, not potato root. Finely minced potato plant and finely minced potato plant. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, honestly, promotion earned is the most legitimate way of putting that, I would say. Clobber priest? Yeah, well. Let's hope that helps Meng's mood, though. What's the value of this? Not that high. It's only $100. I'm not gonna lie. Not having much places to dig to and having such a low value for it is actually making things kind of a pain in the dick. So I don't really have any absurdly high value items. It's like, I mean, I've got some gems, but that's kind of it. Wooden furniture ain't all that valuable. I guess kind of what I need to do is just cut stones and then encrust furniture with cut stones, but that or just actually dig through this aquifer. That's the other thing I should do. Wait, are you telling me that I dug through this aquifer? Nope, I definitely did not. Okay, well, that's good to know. Guess what I can do, though? It's something like this. These two I can't go through. Because that'll just fill this up with water immediately. All cooked dwarf ship. Oh, all chefmanship. I don't think chefmanship's a word. Wow, you actually dug in the right direction? That's nutty. I cannot remember the last time I saw a dwarf do that. Okay, so that's silt. So I can dig through this. And this should just freeze solid. Ugh. And hopefully not kill the dwarf. While it's in the process. I don't think the population just dropped. Although, there's no aquifer in these. So let's go down into here. Although, let's not use closest material. Let's erase this. And build up to right there. And just use pine. And use pine and keep digging. The extra full release. Artifact meals when? Tarn has talked about artifact meals before. I can't remember the exact statement that he had. It was kind of a he doesn't want them to be a disposable item. Which, fair, I guess. I don't really know how else to think of artifacts in that case, other than I guess, yeah, that would sort of be just a disposable item. You think soap crafts should be a thing? Yeah, I mean, soap would be fitting. Let's see what happens if I dig through this. Let's also set that as the primary way back. Okay, so that doesn't really do much for me. I would have to go behind it, which would require me digging out around the top. Clothes washing too? They clean their clothes when they take baths, though. If you... What's the word? If you make a well, they'll take baths in the well, and they clean their clothes while they take baths. So, that's kind of already there, in a way. Just kind of need to know where to look, I guess. If an artifact is indestructible, the artifact food should be inexhaustible. That's busted. Imagine getting to infinitely trade artifact food. It's well, it's the sales good that never ends. I'm working my way through a heavy aquifer, and I'm doing it kind of a cheesy way, where I'm just waiting for it to freeze. The problem here is, because it's a heavy aquifer, it instantly fills with water when I dig through it. I'll show you what I mean in a second. So when I dig through it, this happens. Let's just dig into that. See? It immediately fills with water and then freezes. I could be doing this underground and letting it thaw and then pumping it out, but this way's, in a way, less tedious. Maybe I can make an artifact food recipe. Oh, so you get a specific meal. Oh, it just invents an instrument kind of deal? That'd be nifty. I don't know. I kind of like that disposable items can't be mooted. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, the actual way to do it would be to, the actual way to do it would be to what's the word? Just make it into a healing potion. Like that would be the way to do it. IMO. There's an outhail out of ice. Oh, there's also beehives. They do that. They don't discriminate. All of them are floors. But yeah, I know. I mean, the way to do that would just be to make them into magic potions. You know, like a dwarf just used a slightly different concoction of fat to whatever ratio for that meal, and now it heals you when you eat it. I also apparently need a Planters Guild Hall. Speaking of guilds, how's this doing? What's your value? 3,500. 8,000, hey? 8,000 value. Let's see what I can put onto that. Speed potion would be the best. Yeah. I mean, right now they're only castable, right? So it's like you have to be able to cast it on yourself, essentially. Which would be interesting. I'm not against that idea. But then it would be more of like a support class ability where you'd be able to, like, yeah, you'd be able to cast it on yourself, but you'd also be able to cast it on somebody else. So it'd be kind of cool if, like, you could give all of your Marks dwarves, like, speed boosters, and they just, like, boost each other and shoot faster. That'd be cool. What can I throw in here that would have some value? You know, I could throw some of those fancier armor stands in here. Got 2 that are encrusted with things. Got some higher value ones in here. Let's do... I mean, this is the god of gems. I don't really have any gems to put in here. I do have the... Got this guy, which I could chuck in there. What are the best uses for silver? If you want to make a weapon out of silver, probably maces or hammers, because you want something heavy. Otherwise, it's kind of a jewelry slash... display item to increase the value of things. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate too much about what they could do with potions, because, like, to kind of steal a quote from Tarn from that last interview he did, they could literally go in any freaking direction. And as he said, quote, all of them are on the table. So I have no idea. I mean, it could literally be anything. Apothecary, alchemy, you know. There used to be an alchemy job in Dwarf Fortress, and, well, it was removed. There used to be an alchemy skill, which I think turned into soap making, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds right. Actually, bolts are pretty good out of silver. Same with silver crossbows. Because they're not a terrible blunt force trauma weapon. They're not a great blunt force trauma weapon, but they'll work. Do I have any more gems that I can make into windows? Nope. Do I have... Just make weapon traps. It's like I don't even need that much. I don't even need that much. Just throw a... Well, let's throw a lever in there. Maybe I'll use it for something. So I do have a masterwork shell mechanism hiding down here. I could deconstruct some things. should have just made these into pillars. I could also increase this. And then engrave these walls. Sour Groat, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Is there a purpose to theming temples? I'm trying to get the value up to 10,000 so that I can satisfy an order. They demanded a temple complex, which requires a temple with a 10,000 value and 2 religious leaders. Because they had a pop 25 worshippers. Yeah. It's sort of like a guild hall demand, but for temples. So I'm satisfying this demand order when we're almost there. Just a couple more engravings. If I was just having fun, I would be doing it slowly over a long period of time instead of focusing on it to try and get it done. Because if you fail to complete these, then everybody who's part of this religion will get pissed at me. Now we're done. So now we have the first emerald, who's goats, and we also get to appoint a holy gorge, which can be somebody else who worships that religion, who I think, I don't know, there really isn't that many. Let's go with Burr. You're named after the god, after all. Then I need a Planters Guild, which is going to go up here. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime subscription? Appreciate you. The tutorial can throw you in some good spots until it doesn't. I think that the tutorial should throw you somewhere that not everything is there. Because, like, if you focus every embark on needing every single material in every single instance, there's no reason to melt down armor or take part in trading, really. I think that playing Dwarf Fortress within limitations is a lot more interesting mechanically than just having everything available. But the default settings are a little busted for World Gen. It teaches you a bit of the trading mechanic? Yeah, but if everything's available there, then it also teaches you to ignore the trading mechanic. I don't know, that's just my opinion. I really like when the tutorial places you right next to a Necromancer tower and you just get fucking murked right away. That shit's too funny to me. It's the most Dwarf Fortress thing. Like, it's probably actually pretty bad, and they should probably make sure that it never does that, but I still think it's funny. Because it was certainly, like, something I saw a lot. What's next on the dev agenda? No idea. All I know is that is what Tarn has said publicly, which is they are... I could just go read the quote if you want. A12games.com. I'm not going to speculate because it's soon that we'll find out. In general, we're planning to get the dev process updated soon, now that regular work is about to resume. Specifics will wait for that. We have to coordinate with everybody, artists, Kitfox, etc. And those calls are happening in the coming days. So that's the answer. I have no idea and won't tell you until they... And wouldn't say... I won't guess, rather, until they say something publicly, because odds are pretty good I'll be wrong, and I want words from them directly, because this is something we're going to be finding out soon. And that was posted, what, on the 3rd? It was like last week, wasn't it? So I'd expect to hear something this week. What, the art update for the barrels? Yeah. I agree, Midnight. So yeah, sorry if I seem kind of reluctant with that question, but we're so close to just hearing directly from them, and you might as well just wait. Give it a week. A week or two. Yeah, no, I mean, like, the thing that you need to remember about me is if I'm stating what I think is happening next, 100% of the time I'm guessing. Because if I knew things, I wouldn't be able to tell you. And if I don't know things, I'm guessing. And they don't tell me things unless it's like the day before. Like the most advanced notice I've ever had for something was the adventure mode release date, which I knew, I think it was 10 days before they announced it. So they don't really tell me things super far in advance. I'm not exactly the all-seeing insider. I have a decent understanding of what's going on, but that's just mostly because I pay attention. Hold on, why is there blood? Frozen yak blood, eh? Why blood? Why there blood? I should clean that up. There we go. Get all that cleaned up. You gonna go get that cleaned up now? Somebody? Anybody? Please. How you doing, Stone? It's good to see you. Exactly. I think this is one of my biggest annoyances with the changes made for version 50. Private parking. In older versions of the game, the default world gen settings was scarce for minerals, and now it's everywhere is the default. I think it's everywhere. Anyway, it's very high is the default setting for minerals. So you just end up with kind of shit tons of minerals. Like everything that you'd need, and that's... Honestly, I feel like that takes away from it. Okay, so I'm going to take a big risk. I'm going to take a big risk, I think. I want to find out if you can throw a dwarf into there and if they will fight. Because I need to know this. This is pretty critical, actually, for this whole fortress setup. It's really easy to overvalue and get yourself killed by a brush titan. Yeah, I mean, wealth does attract enemies, but it's not the only signifier. Population does too. So if you have like 200 dwarves in your fort, that's the equivalent of having an extraordinarily wealthy fort. I don't think it's good for new players, private parking. The reason I don't think it's good for new players is they just go, well, if it was explicit about the fact that it's a overly optimal, easy way to play, I think it would be good for new players. I think the fact that it doesn't communicate that is bad for new players because they presume that's the default. And to me, playing with that setting turned on is really boring because there's like no reason to do anything. You just have everything, right? Does that make sense? Like, I think if the game was explicit saying, hey, we put the world on some pretty easy settings or something like that, right? Once you've got the grip of things, you may want to generate a new world with normal settings or whatever, a different default parameter. Because sure, like if you're just doing a tutorial map, then fine. But like, I think that there's a lot of people who played 1 or 2 forts in a world with everywhere resources were like, man, trading is really easy. There's no reason to do anything. I have masterwork steel armor. Everything is very simple. Why am I doing this? You know? Because I feel that way. When I have like access to gold, silver, platinum, steel, copper, bronze, everything right away. It's like, well, sand, clay. At least I feel that way. If you type in ! tickets, it'll tell you how many you have. Christine Blue. Also, hey, Brainfist, I hope you're doing well. to me, like, or everywhere is like the equivalent of playing Minecraft on creative mode, but a pretty decent percentage of people who play Minecraft find creative mode boring. Does that make any sense? I think I'm making sense. At the very least, I found Minecraft creative mode pretty boring for a good chunk of the time that I played. I don't know what they've changed it. I haven't played Minecraft since 2011 though. Midnight X, so my feelings on Minecraft are probably somewhat dated. I'm sure, Orc with Bow. I am sure. Plenty has changed. Okay, so I'm waiting for the cage to get installed right there, which is now done. So this is Sentient Potato. I'm going to see if we can throw Sentient Potato into here. We should be able to. Who's the brave dwarf to give it a chance? This is a pretty crucial test. Havoc is. Okay. So I can, in fact, throw weather zombies into the hole. Now we're going to find out if they're going to murder each other. Or if they're going to be friends. What do you think? I think they're going to kill each other. Which may be pretty bad, actually. But we'll find out. You know what this, it sounds like we're describing, Midnight X? You know the phenomenon that happens in MMOs and loot games where everything just becomes super duper 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 overpowered eventually? And then because of that, people have been playing the game for forever go, man, the old game was better because like you had to work really hard to get like, I'll use RuneScape analogy because I know RuneScape a little bit. It used to have to work really hard to get mithril gear, you know? And now everybody's using double blessed mythic whatever the fuck. Okay, so good news. They're not, in fact, killing each other. So not only does it appear that I can just add dwarves to this hole, they're not killing each other. Which part should I write down? What's the purpose of that hole? These are both weather zombies. I'm training them. So Buttsworth here is a master fighter, and Sentient Potato here is an accomplished fighter. I've been chucking livestock in them for them to train. In there for them to train. Yeah. I might make, or rather, I might expand this area a little bit, like out to here or something, or maybe put a trapdoor on top of this and then force them down this way or something. But I might make a, like, spinning minecart area for them to play in. It's all very humane. Well, they're not alive, okay? It's a matter of self-defense. Anybody who attacks me, yes, is going to end up in that hole. Although I do have a human were-mammoth, which I'm not sure what to do with. Dwarven justice? Well, we're building an army, okay? How long does it take for turkeys to grow up? Jesus Christ almighty, man. Like a gladiatorial arena just needs hot dog sellers and stands? Well, I mean, I could set it up like that. I just built it this way because it was convenient and quick. Quick-ish, I guess. Oh, that's not actually the cage I wanted to put there. I wanted to put the dwarf cage here. Welp. Okay, well, here comes a reindeer. Did you get a hit in? You did. In fact, bit it looked like. And then shook it around by the head. So she's gonna train her biting skill. And I could just throw this human in there, but that human it's a were creature. That feels like a waste. I feel like I could do something so much more fun with that were creature. Although, chat, I have a question. Very important hypothetical question. What's the next full moon? Hallelujah, it's raining deers. I know I'm at half moon, but what's the date for the next full moon? It's the 25th? Why don't we see if I can time this right? No, it's all good. It was very helpful. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm being evil. Don't you mind me. I'm also going to try this. I'm going to try and put this Garfield fan in here from over there. This is going to be a bit of a risk as well. Let's see if Garfield fan makes it. It's the 23rd. Okay. Okay, so who's pulling? It's another Havoc. Why is Havoc doing all the dangerous work? So this is another execrable merc. All right. Not bad. All right. It is the 25th this month? All right, well, we got 15 days. The dwarves are partying. Do I have any tables lying around? I do, in fact. Okay, so all those are done. This up here is going to be a Planters Guild. Maybe not the entire thing. Maybe, let's just do something like this. Larch. Larch. Why is the music so intense right now, game? I'm literally just building. Like, you can calm the hell down now. Then this over here can be a Planters Guild. Wherever the Farmers Guild, it should be close to that. Oh, there we go. So I'm thinking the 23rd, I queue it up. I think we could do it by the 23rd. Am I cooking fisherberry seeds? I thought I disabled that. Oh, I see. Also, this is a problem. I shouldn't be cooking my beer, my brewskis. I'm not cooking fisherberry seeds. Or maybe I'm just not actually, I'm not brewing. That's the problem. Yeah, we're not brewing drink from fruit because I'm out of them. Well, let's just go up to here and just clear out all this. And also a bunch of stuff over there. Although maybe not too much. Because I don't want to run out of tasks. We'll chop down this tree, though. You like the tower I'm building? I'm kind of planning on doing multiples. The houses are also kind of a weird shantytown tower. I mean, it's got a ways to go. It's got some layers that are prepped already. Well, partially prepped. Obviously not fully prepped. Got a singular table left. A singular throne. I mean, it's a pretty simple setup from the get-go, usually. That should clear the value. Yeah, it'll be easy enough. 10 days. Considering the heavy aquifer. I mean, I could have used up quite a bit more space. I am keeping things a bit compact, but, you know, if you're building a surface for it, you might as well, like, go a little fancy with it, right? It's because I haven't found any metal yet. Because, well, one, I'm not really going out of my way to find any, and two, we're on a heavy aquifer, as was stated earlier. An elven caravan has arrived. They're still trading with me? That's impressive. I mean, they are allied with me, but... I don't really have anything I can sell them right now. Actually, what do I have for cloth? I mean, I could just sell them like a bunch of like pigtail cloth or rope reed cloth, but kind of don't want to do that. Could sell them some used clothes. Giant cave spider silk shoes. Cave spider silk shoes. Pigtail shoes. Cotton shoes. Cave spider silk shoes. Pigtail socks. Cave spider trousers. Pigtail trousers. Something. Coming across the frozen sea is a bold move. I mean, if a fog hits them, comedy ensues. I'm just a bit more focused on this, you know, day of the year kind of deal. I also need to actually get some forges up and running, but I've been a bit busy with science. If bees, so can the... true. They're basically bees. If you want to get focused on Black Sheep, come over to the Twitch chat. We have beer. And cookies, potentially. If somebody remember... Chat, did you remember to cook the cookies? If you didn't remember to make the cookies, well then. If you also hate the fact that I focus on Twitch chat and not you, remember this. I don't hate you. And I've been streaming on Twitch for 11 years. I've been streaming on YouTube for 2. So... sorry. But... you'd have no content if it wasn't for Twitch chat. Speaking of madness, how you doing, Hobo? It's good to see you, man. But YouTube chat is kind of the lurker chat. No, you're welcome. In fact, I'd encourage you to leave the attic and come over to Twitch. Like I said, we have cookies. Named Beer and Cookies. Did they in fact have cookies and or beer? Although high school, so ginger beer? Root beer. Wait until the... Ooh, this is going to be tough timing. On 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Wait, no, that's the hand of whatchamafuck. Not that guy. This guy. You... I don't really want you to get removed. And now you're just getting moved, which I also don't really... How about I move you to here? There you go. This guy needs you. And you're like 14, so no beer. God damn it. Root beer it is then. Okay, so we're 23rd. I think that this is too soon. Man, the timing on this. All right. Wish us luck. I need a round of beers for good luck. Go, Dwarf! Run! Who is it? It's Ice Blue who gets to do it. Human lands down here. Come on! Roll around to the... Dang it. The science will be done. But not this time. Doesn't feel anything after being accosted by rats? Well, that's something. At least they're making friends. Wait, hold on. Remembering making a friend? Oh, remembering making a friend. You know, if I give them a meeting area and assign it as part of the tavern, the Walled Candy, will they socialize with each other? I doubt it, but... Hello, Blitzburn. You got bread and all. Man, that lady must have like been actively covering herself in perfume. I mean, admittedly, this dwarf scratched him in the head. This dwarf struck him in the head repeatedly with a glove. So that the human died because the Buttsworth, the weaponsmith, hit him so hard in the head with a glove that his head exploded, or his head was crushed, rather. Literally, he strikes the human in the head with a glove, with a cloth fabric glove. I want to get attacked so badly so that I can just keep feeding entities to these guys. Must be a stiff song. Yeah, right? Christ almighty, man. Also you right there. I'm gonna go... Oh, I see the problem here. This is not in the burrow, right? Oh, no, it is. Let's just put any cage in here. Doesn't matter, as long as it's a cage. So something else I think I'm going to do is start digging back here. Oh, that was going to be my hospital, which I completely blanked that I was working on. This long-ass tunnel is going to go right to here. And connect to this. This long-ass tunnel is going to allow, well, for a lot of just complete and total avoidance of the game, but this is going to have a drawbridge at the end. And this drawbridge is going to literally just be to release these zombies. Are you trying to say grass or glass? W Tiger, thanks for the 20th month. Welcome back. Not only is it a long-ass tunnel, but it's also a long-ass tunnel that proves that I'm kind of a dum-dum. Where do the oceans start? Because it's going to melt. So I'm going to have to do this much slower than I originally planned. And wall it up. And floor it up. And sealing it up. So actually, maybe not. Maybe I should just go a slightly safer route. Maybe we should just follow the beach instead. Yeah, let's just follow the beach instead. Just saving me the trouble of having to, you know, deal with the whole ocean problem. And then over here, I'll just, you know, fill this in. It's fine. To beach their own? Are we talking about whales now? Is this some kind of, like, British joke? Oh, I know what you meant, but well aware. I was trying to, I don't know, make it about the country Wales. As you do. That or it's some sort of Star Trek humor. I don't know. So, considering we've been attacked by multiple and I do mean multiple were creatures already, I'm pretty confident we'll get attacked by more. So because I'm pretty confident we'll get attacked by more, ideally, this can be something that we bank on happening again. And if it's something I can bank on happening again, well then, you know, odds are pretty good that I should just quit fucking around and fill this in. Actually, fuck it. Let's just get rid of that. Just go here. We'll have another opportunity to try and make were creatures. Filling a beach dead whale with dynamite to get rid of it? I think I've seen photographs of that. Name the exploding whale memorial. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's kind of grim. I don't know. To me, Exploding Whale Memorial sounds like a metal band, which maybe just shows the exact kind of sickness that I have. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds like the name of a metal band, all right. Exploding Whale Memorial. I'm sure they open for cattle decapitation. Where's Buttery Whale Fetus in chat when we need him? Come back to me. Everyone involved got showered in success. You'd think that they would have, like, stood back from the blast radius and that, you know? Like, wouldn't that just be the smart thing to do? Spitalier, thanks for the 62nd month. I hope you've been doing well, dude. It's been a while. Hope things are all right in your world. 62nd month. Also, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Spitalier? Being a legend. In his own goddamn right. Okay, that should be enough to seal that up. All right, enough. Good to hear, dude. Good to hear. It has been a while, though. Welcome back. Dr. Klobbenstoff. I'm seeing Dr. Clobber you in the YouTube chat, and I'm just thinking of a bunch of different random movie references, but like replacing words with clobber. It's funny how language works. Let's see if I can make a hospital down here. I should be able to. I also need a well at some point. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. Hey, chat, I'm gonna go grab my sandwich. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. Oh wow, I am muted. Yeah, no, I would advise you play on aquifers. Aquifers are exceptionally useful. I'm playing on a heavy aquifer because I hate myself. Just don't hate yourself. Just don't be like me and don't play on a heavy aquifer and you'll be fine. But the thing that I said initially was XOXO Mustache. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. And I lived in the old place for so long. I have to force myself to walk in a different direction. It's kind of wild, actually. Trying to do that, like, I have to walk to the left instead of just getting up and walking out. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Everyone's are short. Yeah, they're just kind of a lot of work. How what do you mean you hate how you behave with them? What did the aquifer do? Oh, you redeemed a dwarf a little while ago. I did not see it, Wicta. For some reason, I thought that was a beer redeem. What kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference? We also have a new migrant wave if you would like somebody who's unsullied. Unless you have a particular task or something you'd like to do. Light aquifers are just, like, only positives. They can be a little annoying to dig around when you're trying to figure out where they are, but once you found it, they're, like, a net positive. Did you have one in the fort already? Yeah, I'm not going to give you a second dwarf. I'll refund it, and if you want, you can give it to somebody else. But you already have a dwarf. Yeah, I'm not going to give you a second dwarf. Sorry. It's a one and done thing. When that dwarf dies, you can have a second. I've always had that kind of like as a baseline rule. I just rarely need to actually enforce it. So if you would like to bestow it upon somebody else, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we will wait until somebody else redeems one. I mean, when or if it dies. But it's not a... Like, you can have one when we move into a new fort, but... Yeah, in several different tutorials. I think episode 2 or 3 of Water Lungs is probably the most noteworthy. Is what covers that. Although, I can't remember if I use a river for that one. It was like 2.5 years ago I made that video. But yeah, sorry, Wicta. It's just... It's very rare that people try and redeem multiple dwarves. I try and keep it fair, is the whole point, right? So, if you're just monopolizing all the dwarves, then nobody new gets a dwarf, and that kind of sucks. So, would you like to select somebody in chat to give it to, Wicta, or should I? The first beer emote in chat who doesn't already have a dwarf. What in the Sam Hill? What in the Sam Hill? There you go. What kind of dwarf would you like? Beard? No beard? Job preference? Somebody who just arrived? Somebody who's been here for a while? There will always be more. Well, maybe not in a world of death, but... Dwarf with beard. Happy dwarf with beard coming right up. Coming right down the pipeline. You're married and you have a child. What in the Sam Hill? Also, YouTube folks, since Croco Dude also was the first to post a beer, I'll give you one too. What kind of dwarf would you like? What in the Sam Hill is dislikes helping others and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and is often cheerful and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He prefers to present himself modestly and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Mostly, he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He can handle stress and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. And he's getting used to tragedy. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally, thinks the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste, and values a harmonious existence, and values harmony, and values good craftsmanship. And likes chromite and sterling silver and pink tourmaline, as well as giant cave toad leather, and picks and anvils and the words of the crested wall. And when possible, prefers to consume longland beer, we have that, and absolutely hates slugs. Chromite is pretty. It is. That I agree with. I mean, you already have one, Havoc, but... he's broad yet weak, and his long beard is neatly combed. And his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed. And his hair is clean shaven. His wife's name's Stodier, and his only son is a baby named Almost. He's almost a big boy now. He's a member of the Craftsdorf Guild and hasn't killed anything. And is blissful remembering becoming a parent. Any preference there, Crocodude? Or should I just give you a dwarf with beard? I'm just going to unpause the game for a second. I got to go do something. Just making sure the heat's turned off. I need you guys to do me a favor. Tell me if you guys hear cars drive by. Because I am on a road. Or by a road. You know, I'm paused? Yeah, intentionally so. Apparently, a raccoon was fighting with a child. I have not one, but 2 raccoons in cages. I have a breeding pair of raccoons. I'm going to breed raccoons. Right, because they're over here. Yeah, I have a breeding pair of raccoons. Well, I'm just to anybody in chat, like, if you hear a car drive by, let me know. Well, I just opened the door that's right next to me, so. It's unlikely you'll hear anything, because I do have pretty good noise cancellation, but, like, raccoons soap incoming, yeah. Time to use the raccoons to help trading. Training, not trading. And also raccoon leather. No preference from Crocodude? Okay. Happiest unnamed dwarf. Who is currently Erdim. And Crocdu, squeezing busts. It's a funny name. Tends to avoid crowds. Actually, chat. I just need to state this. I've been recording footage quietly behind the scenes for NoClip for their Dwarf Fortress documentary, and I was recording some footage the other night, and in an older version of the game, and I found a human named Use Sloppy Feet, and I had quite the chuckle over that one. Anyway, is often cheerful and is a friendly individual and rarely feels discouraged and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and has a tendency to towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, occasionally overindulges, and has a calm demeanor. Is curious and eager to learn, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Laughs very loudly whenever she's nervous, and winks when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Yeah, although I'm not going to assume. I have no idea what they are. They were a wholly individual that got elected somewhere else, so they weren't even in the fortress. I just saw it and laughed pretty loud. Trying to eat lunch. Dreams of crafting a great work of art, and personally values tradition, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Silly and fumbling. Worships Burr, has quite a good number of friends. Look at that. Is a member of the sect of Amethysts, and was bored after being unable to practice martial art. Well, about that. You know, there is kind of part of me that's tempted to do something I almost never do, and just having, like, a rotating minecart in here that the dwarves just dodge out of the way from, going pretty slowly. It's not a very effective way to train, but it will train dodging. I feel like that might be less dangerous than tavern brawls. How are the husks coming? Good news, they don't kill each other. That's the first thing I gotta mention. They don't kill each other. I mean, they're getting there. We've got a wrestler, we've got a great fighter, wrestler, and probably soon to be good biter, and also a master fighter, adept miscellaneous object user who smacks people so hard in the head with a glove that their head explodes. So I think that's pretty effective. Ooh, the direction he walked there was very sketchy for a second. Ugh. This stuff scares me. Yeah. Just don't fall into the water, dwarves, please. Just whatever you do, don't fall into the water. So otherwise you're insta-dead. A spear trap connected to a windmill? I mean, that would be significantly more dangerous than a minecart not moving super quick. I mean, the idea here would be to make a safe... Interesting. Why are you not filling? The idea here would be to make a safe method of training, not an unsafe method of training. If the idea was to make an unsafe method of training, I could just put traps everywhere, yeah, sure, and connect it to something. But minecarts not moving at maximum velocity would probably be more efficient and not as dangerous. I mean, this fortress is already extremely inhumane, so... I mean, how much worse can I make it, really? Like, truthfully. I actually don't know how I could make it worse right now. We're already, like, basically enslaving our own to be used as weaponry. Like, that's already pretty grim. That was Havoc, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. Havoc's still alive. Did he fall inside? Yep, he's in there. He's dead. It was right there, wasn't it? Puncture wounds are treatable? Certainly. But the idea here isn't to kill my dwarves. The idea here is to satisfy a need, right? If the idea here was to kill and do damage to my dwarves, I would kill and do damage to my dwarves. I don't want to kill and do damage to my dwarves. If you want to play the game that way, you can. I don't want to do that. So just repeatedly suggesting it is just going to get me repeatedly saying, no, I'm not going to do that. It's pretty simple of a concept. Where's cookies? Chat, you promised them cookies, so get to it. Also typical Twitch streamer, blaming Twitch chat for not having cookies. I actually do have cookie dough in the freezer. I could, like, if you're willing to wait, like, 20 minutes, I could go heat up the oven and go make you some cookies, but... It would require a little bit of prep time. You're just giving bad advice? I mean, it's fine. I know you're just giving bad advice. I'm just clarifying. I'm just going to keep saying no. Actually, hold on. I need to check something. There goes Iron Zach. I hate aquifers. Heavy aquifers, specifically. Oh wait, no, that wasn't Iron Zach. I don't even know who that was then. Let's just make some iron picks. Is it possible to name zombies? They're all named, but yes. Slorp. It's basically like the proper statement right there. Okay, so Star Schultz was the one that was found dead frozen. Now, the important question is, do I want to... I mean, I'm going to dig this dwarf out. But do I want to dig out the other one? That's the question. Do I want to dig out the other one? I mean, if you want to... I mean, I don't know what you mean by pay, because I don't accept money for dwarves, but... you can absolutely gift somebody a dwarf. And give them a zombie, if you want. Was it right there that he landed? Or was it right there? I actually can't remember. Let's check. Must have been right there. Nope. Was it over there? No, I can't remember. It was like playing friggin' Minesweeper. Uh-oh. You're gonna kill yourself, aren't you? I had it the first time? Was it right here? I don't even. Haven't thought of Minesweeper in a while. I've streamed Minesweeper. I think I streamed Minesweeper on the front page of Twitch once. Can't remember if I'm making that up now or not. But I have streamed Minesweeper before. There we go. That's who I was looking for. Well, no, never mind. They've just been missing for a week. Wait, what? No. Ah, there they were. Found them. Can easily get rid of the body now. Ay, 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 ay. At least in Minesweeper, you can defuse them. I guess. You mostly just put a flag up. And let's get all this removed. And that removed. It's interesting that that doesn't, like, require smoothing or anything back there. Like, you'd kind of think that that would dump water out, but it doesn't. Oh. This one must have been from a while ago. Because that one I got no memory of. Seems like it. Well, get to it. Okay, so I can go up to here as well, dig that out. You have to type in exclamation point tickets the way Celestaris did Soft-X to see how many you have. Also, probably nobody cares, but you can play Minesweeper for free online. There's many, many websites hosting various versions of Minesweeper. And it's still just as fun as ever, if you were weird like me and found Minesweeper fun. Isn't free anymore on Windows? It's not original Minesweeper. Windows 98 Minesweeper is different. I'm pretty sure it has ads now on Windows, but I don't have Windows, so... You don't like the economy sim in Minesweeper. Yeah, they've done things to it. It's not Minesweeper anymore. I don't know if I can dig through these. We'll find out in a second. Cloud has drifted nearby. Raccoon has reverted to a wild state. Well, darn. The Order of Dust. More things require fancy temples. I'm also rapidly running out of growable veggies. I think I'm just going to go over here and just do a big old harvest-a-thon. And also fly up to here, because you're done. That's a Craft Stars Guild. This over here can be a Rangers Guild. And I can just go... this... Well, no, I think I used it all. Let's just do a singular steel crossbow. And I could also do... wooden door. So is Dwarf Fortress, Lily Bunny. Sandwich time, hold up. All aquifers are the same, and it varies wildly from like 40 deep to like 2. Highly depends on the map. I'll be right back. Gonna look a little dark in here for a bit because there's a bright light behind me, but you mean suddenly you stepped on a landmine and now you're dead, Black Sheep? All right, ads have hit. That was bad timing. I was hoping they'd hit while I was standing, but nope. Chucking out the dishes. Well, not chucking them out, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, aquifers are as deep as the area around them, so they will be as deep as the stone and or dirt that is beneath the soil that allows for them. Yeah, I don't know. I was one of those odd kids that just played way too much Minesweeper. My dad taught me how to play Minesweeper at one point, and I never got, like, good at Minesweeper, but I've always enjoyed Minesweeper. The ice can thaw and drown us at any time. I mean, this is true. This is definitely true. So I'm looking at the time. I've been streaming Dwarfs for about 4.5 hours. I think we'll do another 30 minutes. And then we're going to go play some Foundation. How's that sound to you guys? I played Terror from the Deep, but I would never say that I was into the classic XCOM games. I was actually a lot more, like from that era, I was much more into things like Fire Emblem. Specifically because I didn't have an old PC until way later. So presuming that I'm the kind of guy who'd be way into the old XCOM games, yeah, that's a fair assumption, I think. But at least back in the day, I wasn't. I mean, I've played Open XCOM, and I've played XCOM since. But I was more into, like, SimCity and playing RTS games by myself. Primarily because, like, that was what my parents let me play, and anything that looked like it would be violent and or scary, generally I wasn't allowed to buy. Especially if it was like my parents were, to their credit, very understanding and allowing of video games. But they also adhered to video game ratings as if it was the law itself. So if a game was rated T and I was below the age of T, nope, couldn't play it. If it was, I remember being super excited because I turned 10 and I could play Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Like, I was stoked. Every single day, SoftX. Every single day. You know, also, I don't think my dad's ever referred to me as son. Generally just calls me by my name. I don't know. My dad doesn't really communicate that way. $3,000 actually. I played 2000 a couple years later. I think I found it used. I played a shit ton of Mech Warrior. OG Mech Warrior. Mech Warrior Mercenaries. No, more like Greg! Because that's my name, Greg, you know? It's generally what my dad called me, was Greg. So I'm thinking we do a fancy crossbow and a thing with bolts on it and a thing with a quiver on it, and then maybe some targets. In front of a window. Made of cinnabar. Why not? I can tell you for a fact my dad never once called me scamp. Yes, I am a fellow Greg and then some. I don't mention my name super frequently, but it's not a secret or anything. You knew he was either mad or disappointed? If my dad called me son, I would ask who he was and what he'd done with my dad. Like, Dad, what? What's wrong with you? Especially as an adult. Me and my dad just don't talk to each other like that. I don't know. You remember getting MechWarrior 2 when you were a kid and your aunt didn't know how ratings worked and your family was horrified by the tutorial instructor? Kill the meat and save the metal. You're probably like 8. So fun fact. If my parents never saw it or heard it, they presumed it was fine. So if I could get a game into the house and convince them that it was fine and then just like only play it when they weren't paying attention, I was good. MechWarrior gameplay itself, totally fine. But I had headphones. So all the audio I was hearing in my head instead of in the game. So like they'd look at it and be like, ah, yeah, driving big robot. Cool, whatever. I'd be like, yeah, just don't watch the intro. Satchimal, thank you very much for the 31st month. Good morning. Rise and shine. Okay, so that's the Rangers Guild. And the Order of Dust also needs a temple complex. So steel crossbow. Get her! And also a door. What's the value of this? Ah, already cleared it. Easy peasy. You know, if we're talking like the General series, I could see a parent being concerned about the General series. If we're talking like Red Alert, like there was this moment, this very, very specific moment that I will never forget. I wonder if my dad even remembers this. Where I was 16, I think. And I remember convincing my mom to let me buy Just Cause 2. And she was very apprehensive because it was rated M. And I'm just like, Mom, I played this at my friend's house. This game is hysterical. Like, my friend whose mom is your friend was watching us play this and was dying laughing. It really is, Private Parky. It really is. And one second, R3 King. I'll get to you in a moment. And I remember my dad saying, okay, you can buy this game if you show me why it's like okay for you to play it. I think he watched about 15 seconds of me grapple hooking from truck to truck and then like flying away, dragging a guy and then throwing him off a bridge. And then like he watched like that opening mission where you're like, you have to like stand on the back of the truck while the other guy's driving and like shoot out the tires of the cars behind you and all that. And he's just like, whatever. Just walked away. He's like, yeah, you're fine. You've been 3D printing Battletech mechs for a war game and half the painted catapult you need to finish. Oh, that's dope. It's good. R3 King. It's good. Good day. Hello. Yeah, no, at that point he was totally fine with it because he'd like realized like how silly that game is. Like, you know, at that point we'd seen The Matrix. Like I'd watched The Matrix at that point. Like it was a non-concern. But yeah, pretty cool, Grizzly. I really like, I love the aesthetics of MechWarrior. I find the MechWarrior games really hard to stream, but I would like to play that new MechWarrior. It does look pretty cool. Okay, so I need to the Order of Dust, which is this one? No, that's the Word Worker Guild. Durr. This is the Anything Goes Temple. The Breed of Helping, yep. this is the Order of Dust. The Ashen Chapel of the Order of Dust. So, something I'm doing with the Ashen Chapel that I haven't mentioned, because I think this will be fun. What's wrong with this balcony? This is the god of death, by the way. What's wrong with this balcony is it's out in the open and exposed. Now, the reason this is wrong, or why I'm describing it as wrong, is because the evil clouds, the evil zombie clouds, which turn you into evil monsters, have a habit of appearing on my walls. I think it would be really fun to suddenly have a bunch of zombies on this patio. So I'm kind of hoping it happens. Do I have necromancers? Chat, answer that question for me. I've answered that one 12 times today, at least. Excellent. Excellent! You love to see it. More toys for the zombies. Not those types of zombies. We don't have... We don't have any necromancers in the fort, okay? It's not a common noob question. If you type an ! goal, it might answer your question. But I will let chat handle this one. See how well I've trained them. So if you've watched Godly Tombs, the blockade is a weather zombie. Those zombies are weather zombies. They're not created by necromancers and they're not controllable. There is no way to make them friendly towards you or except for themselves. And they learn skills, unlike normal zombies. So these are all zombies, technically. Buttsworth, Sentient Potato, Garfield fan. And I'm chucking anything that I don't need into the hole with them. So the reason I'm leaving them out on the patio there is I'm thinking, well, they probably like the husks, right? Also, I'm just realizing I've kind of fucked up here. I need to actually just do this. Okay, never mind then. I will just do this. So I managed to catch... Let me just lock these real quick. Making sure nothing actually dangerous got in here. Just the 2 raccoons. And they're all over here. So we're getting attacked by these Hand of Imush folks. And this goblin. And they are moving towards the door pretty quickly. Let's close this. Well, they're not really they're not really smart. Calling them smart's a bit too kind. Okay, so there is something in here. Just not sure where it is. Oh, there you are. Ran in there, got punched by somebody. You know, if you just try to leave, that'll do it. Although this is potentially going to cause me some problems. Because the second these goblins start coming in here, we're going to have a problem. Can goblins climb over walls? Sure. If the walls aren't defended in any way, absolutely. Okay, how about I just put a large wall brick right there? Oh. Never mind. It appears that they're climbing inside. I love it when they climb the walls. That explains a lot. All right, well, it's time to get them into the panic room. Now, where did I put the panic room? Actually, can't remember. There's also this guy. So remember, I can't make an army, nor can I make a squad. Although this thing is dead, so somebody killed it. Oh, we have traps. We absolutely have traps. I've just been getting complacent. Actually, I should probably just tell them to go stand right here. Just go into here and stand here, and they'll just get caught immediately. Actually, I should tell them to go over there. Yeah, if you look at the fort's goal, it specifically states that I'm not allowed to make a squad. That is the goal of this fortress. Cloud of murk is drifting nearby. Can also lock these floor hatches. Just run away, dwarves. Run away. Realize stuff's gonna spook ya. But I need you to go down into here. The siege seems to have split, too, so there is that. I just need the remainders to go end up down in the pit. There isn't that many of them. There was only like 6 or 7 of them. I mean, caged, 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 caged. So yeah, they're all caged. Yeah, there wasn't that many of them. There was only like 10 of them. I really need to refortify our walls, is the reality here. At least I have a bunker again. I also need to figure out how to get them down off of that wall. How did they get up there? Oh, I see those stairs over on that side. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to go around the edge, and I need to get rid of all these trees. And I also need to floor off the edges. Not too bad. Could have been a lot worse. And I need to stop being so complacent. That's what I need. Considering I think we only lost 1 or 2 dwarves, I think that's pretty good. Chat, can I get a round of beers for a successful not dead yet? Yay. Also, these things, like, not showing that they're, you know, dead is very confusing. Where is the... It's this. Let's go over here and put a dump zone right there. And... Ooh. Let's unforbid all this. Human caravan has arrived to trade. Hello, humans. Let's unforbid these. And throw all of this back into the burrow. They are going to train my zombies after I de-gear them. But first I have to get bits and pieces of stuff put away. The body's all memorialized, and then I will line them up to train my zombie warriors. Or my husk warriors is probably what I should be calling them. Goats has been elected mayor. Ah. Oh, shit. We've got another husk. Also a member of the Order of Dust. Fitting. Is this how it ends? This mayhaps be how it ends. There isn't much left of this creature. The Cyclopean lyrics has killed What in the Sam Hill as well. We're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How you doing, Rydern? Oh, they've got its guts out. Maybe they've got it. Come on. Okay. Hopefully that gives you an idea of the strength of these things. Jeez. How did that get out? It didn't get out. Because that's a new one. It got turned somewhere. But it didn't get out. Yeah, all three of them are still in there. That was an unrelated new one. It must have happened during the siege. I need to check in a second if there's any more. Nope. No, there isn't any more. Am I trying to murder this world with the apocalypse? When am I not trying to do that? That's not really how I would describe this fortress, but I mean, if that's the impression you're getting, then sure, definitely. That's absolutely what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a pacifist fortress, okay? We're just trying to be pacifists. I also desperately need a hospital, I gather. I have zero control over them, yeah. The second they get turned, they are the equivalent of an enemy sieger. And also, because they were previously a member of my faction, they know where all of the traps were. So if I had traps previously, they just can see them and walk around them. Which is fantastic. Good question, actually. Well, they don't seem to have any relations. So they can't have babies because they're not married. But they're not gilded. So I actually don't know if they can have babies. I presume they can. It would go against basically everything I understand about this game. If they're able to have babies. Okay, at least I have a High Master Diagnoser. Actually, you should be the Diagnoser because you're a High Master Diagnoser. We've got a bunch of random doctors, which is good, including a Master Surgeon. There's just a body right there, which I'm sure is great for everybody's mental health. I can't gild them. Nah, I'm pretty sure mechanically it wouldn't be possible for them to have kids. Pretty sure. Mostly sure. I love how also, like, most of my doctors are injured. Let's throw in some more. Okay, at least someone is making this well. And before somebody asks why I'm not using DF hack to assign these, is because I found that DF hack sometimes doesn't assign them properly. Another cloud of murk has drifted nearby. With a cave woman, with a cave woman? What's a cave woman? I mean a caveman equivalent? Or is that like some sort of like necromancer experiment? Jack Nurick, what kind of dwarf would you like? Are there any jewelers? We got Stodier, Unib, and Kumil. Although Stodier is currently injured. Matt's got the right idea, yes. 7 people are having a fantastic time. How injured? I don't know. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Clearly, you need to get your eyes checked. Maybe put your glasses on straight. Or clean them. Trevor in VR, I'm doing all right. Yourself? Maybe you'll have some cool scars. You can't stand or walk. Your hand is fractured. Your left hand is dented. Your lower arm is mangled beyond recognition. That was one zombie. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. She prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, and she finds helping others be emotionally rewarding. She is not the type... Goats got elected and then got re-elected? What? She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She occasionally overindulges, and she has an active sense of humor. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tends to fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about leisure time. She likes stoneware and billin and melanite, as well as armadillo leather and hemp fabric and the color ochre, as well as short swords and shields and slabs and goblets and ibexes for their long horns. And the words of the crested wall and the sight of the silkiness of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume kiwi, moghopper, and alfalfa, and carrot wine, and absolutely hates leeches. APP still exists? Really? Didn't that game get shut down like 1 trillion years ago? Like shut down, sold, bought, sold, shut down again? Or am I thinking of something else? Yeah, it was like multiplayer cops and robbers from quite some time ago, but is anybody doing the doctoring jobs? Anybody? I realize that there's a lot of place item and tomb jobs that are very, very important, but like... I don't need too many permanently maimed dwarves. I remember APB had a really weird business model back when it first launched. Like, a really weird business model. It was like... How do I word this? I don't see anybody doing doctoring tasks. Let's just double check orderlies are set up correctly. Yeah, they are. I'll just prioritize a few dwarves to do these kinds of tasks. Let's see. Anyway, the thing about APB is it had like a pay for time business model originally, which kind of demolished its ability to survive and function as a video game. Yeah, I need more than just a handful of orderlies, I think. I'll just leave it on. Everybody does this. Oh, we're in an ad break. We'll pause. Actually, let's check this screen. It'll be easier to tell in here. Yeah, so these are all diagnosed patient jobs that are not currently getting done. I'm just going to pause all of the unnecessary tasks currently, because I've got a lot of necessary tasks, and none of these are necessary. And by a lot of necessary tasks, I mean all of these. An unexpected server migration and they haven't heard anything in like a week? Oh, really? Who's hosting their servers? That is kind of fucked. Yeah, well, it lasted for about a year, Softex, and then it was sold to a different company who I guess has kept it going. I'm just kind of amazed it's still going. Doctors are earning their keep. No, they're not. They're doing something else, clearly. Although maybe it's because maybe they're all diagnosed already and I actually just need one of these. You should be abandoning your copyrights. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just a pretty typical take these days that a lot of people tend to agree with. It's also, unfortunately, though, it's literally never going to happen. Because the people with money don't feel that way. I think a lot of companies will go out of business before they do that. And they'll go down with their copyrights. It's just a word in the Dwarven language, soakiness. I'm also out of booze. I think I need more barrels. Man, everything kind of went wrong all at once. Okay, so where is Dewsum? Ah, well, that's the issue. All right, so Dewsum. I also just need another diagnoser. And the chief medical dwarf is injured. So there you go. That's what I needed. I needed a diagnoser who could do their tasks. Now things will work. I thought that my diagnoser wasn't injured, but clearly it was injured. Also getting... Apparently I have gypsum plaster. I have no fucking idea where I got plaster from, but... Alright, well, let's see how this goes. It did for the time. You need to remember that APB is, like, almost as old as Minecraft. Like, it's a pretty damn old game. Like, it's been around for quite some time. I just remember trying the free trial and not liking the way the driving felt. I just remember it feeling weird and floaty in a not good way. And then dropping out really quickly after that. Like, just kind of going, this isn't... I'm good. Yeah, no, eventually, but that was... I mean, I'm not talking about APB. APB just came up naturally. I talk about what chat's talking about, and chat was talking about APBs. I'm kind of amazed that it still exists. That's all. I just remember it having originally a weird business model in the first version, and then after having a weird business model, just not feeling great to drive around in. So I just never played again because I didn't like the way the driving felt. But apparently it doesn't exist again. Yeah, that's fucking wild. And that sucks. I do recall a good couple of years ago there was like a private server thing for APB, although that may have just been like an older version of APB. Okay, so my mayor lost their office, which was... Okay, who's the mayor? Oh, wow, okay, so Goat's the first emerald is the mayor. Oh, wait. Yeah, that should be your bedroom. All right, well, I'll just give that to the chief medical dwarf. You've earned it for right now. All right, well, considering I had to throw a friggin' hospital together at last minute, I think I've recovered this as well as I possibly can, all things considered. My manager's up and walking, so let's go wooden splint, wooden crutch, and do 30 of each. And right here, we'll just say 30 of everything. It's kind of a lot, but let's get them in here. I also need to make soap for the next time that this happens, inevitably. Yeah, this is what I mean by I can just drift over the walls. Like, look at this. And it does go down onto these lower levels. Yeah, and it will go directly over top of this. That is kind of how I'm setting this up. So that's probably where it came from. It was probably right here. And like I said earlier, that is intentional. So it's grim, but intentional. At least the number of injured dwarves is dropping pretty rapidly. And we do actually have 2 diagnosers now working. Except you need pants. So I guess we're going to have to get a clothing industry functional again. I mean, you don't have to assign each coffin individually unless you're doing it the way I do it. If they're in enclosed spaces, it's not a huge deal. I'm just kind of making it hard on myself. The mayor's office is completely protected. What are you talking about? It only goes across the roofs. It doesn't go across exposed walls. So if walls are completely enclosed, it doesn't go inside them. The mayor's office is perfectly safe. The reason the mayor got caught out was because he was heading to bed. This entire fortress is in a risky spot. And that's intentional. So just understand that I did this intentionally, Havoc. You know, I don't know why blood keeps appearing there. I think it's because, actually, it's because it's getting snowed on there. Like, you know when they get rained on and then blood goes everywhere? It's because they got rained on. It's got something to do with that. Well, the show must go on. So, since the show must go on, let's back up to the top of this. These goblins can just go in. I'm just going to go down to here and get rid of this real quick. And just make a little garbage dump zone. And go cage. Goblin. Goblin. And goblin. Well, because snow washes blood off the same way water does. It's time to send horror shanks to the horror shanks, if you know what I'm saying. Then you get to train up my zombies. Another one goes, and another one bites the dust. I mean, you've got, what, several kills now? You've got 17 kills now. Looking pretty good. And this one right here also got a decent number of kills under their belt. Should be another one coming. And then you right there must have already been thrown in and I missed it. Yeah. Let's throw all of the stuff off of your body. Quiver, trousers, bolts. Fresh clothing. You'll love to see it. And now, this goblin goes up here. Means man with big dong. Gotcha. I really liked that brief period of time where people were calling each other bae, because that means penis in more than one language. And ass in one language that I'm aware of. Although one of the best examples of that is the number of times that people have informed me, did you know that Yappa means ass in Russian? It's like, well, I do because everybody's told me this. These are all the dwarves still in hospital. Nobody wants to pit that goblin? Come on. Somebody just wants to pit that goblin, for sure. Well, that's interesting. Do you not get a coffin? Yeah, you don't. Well, okay. That's kind of dark. Some things are constant in humanities. That is true. Dick jokes is in fact one of the constants in humanities. In humanities? In humanity. All right. Well, chat, the plan for today is we're going to stream some Foundation as well as Dwarf Fort. I think this is a fun, precarious spot. I'm sure I can pick this fortress back up by its, you know, chin straps, face straps, and I'm apparently also just getting insulted by raccoons for some reason, which is kind of funny in its own way. So, you know, that's amusing. Let's start eating some raccoons. But not only are we getting murked by raccoons and there's bodies on the ground, but I've got dwarves that need to be reunited. Actually, let's just real quick get rid of this zone. This Ezum was the name of that dwarf. Yeah. So Ezum just gets chucked into there. But yeah, I think that the plan for tomorrow is to pick this fort up right here and keep plucking away at it. This is true, Softex. I think human bodies are funny and people like to make fun of them. Just in general, because we're pretty funny if you think about it. But I'm sure the dwarves will calm down a little bit sooner than later. I mean, the population's already recovered. We just need to get basic tasks up and running again. And we need to get the rest of these poor, poor dwarves out of the hospital. And before I completely forget, wooden bucket. 30. I think it's time to call it for dwarfs for the day, chat. Can the zombie make zombies, or is it only the gas? Only the gas can make zombies. If they get covered in a liquid that makes them into zombies, then they can spread that liquid by biting. But they don't get covered by liquid. They just inhale air and then become zombie. I'm not logging off, B-Lug. We're going to go play Foundation. Unless you don't want to watch Foundation, in which case, bye. But no, we're going to go play Foundation. Stream is far from done. We're only 6 hours in.